Hello, everyone. Thank you for tuning in. Today, we are going to be ranking the catalog of one of the absolute greatest bands of all time, The Cure. In part one, we'll be focusing on the studio albums, and on part two, each of our favorite 10 non-album tracks. Please keep an eye out for part two. Link in the video's description. And I encourage you also to check out some of our past rankings, which has included Nine Inch Nails, Jesus and Mary Chain, Slowdive, Smashing Pumpkins, Cocteau Twins, Dead Can Dance, The Smiths, Psychedelic Furs, Depeche Mode, Love and Rockets, The Cult, and more. I myself did a solo Cure ranking video well over 10 years ago, and I am happy to assemble a great panel of friends and fellow Cure nerds to accompany me after the release of their first album in 16 years. With me are Frank Deserto. Frank writes the Systems of Romance music blog, writes for postpunk.com, a member of the musical outfit known as the Harrow, curator of this year's Cherry Red compilation, No Songs Tomorrow, A Dark Wave Journey, which is out now. Also, be sure to check out the brand new Harrow EP, Cinderglow, that was just recently released. We will have links for everyone, our whole panel today, in the description below, so I encourage you to check those out. We also have Greg Fasolino. Greg has written for Creem, Fangoria, Trouser Press, guitar for the practicing musician, former member of the Naked and the Dead, Bell Hollow, and currently a member of the Harrow, a musical archivist featuring a YouTube channel filled with loads of content, concerts, rare recordings, and interviews. Thank you once again for joining us, Greg. I am very pleased to have one of my oldest friends, not oldest in age, but one of my longest friends. And for longtime viewers, you will remember Dream Pop Jesse, who was a guest in some of my early videos on the channel. Thank you for being a part of this, Jesse, as well.
Thanks.
And we would like to welcome back our good pal, Kevin Larkin-Angioli. Thank you, Kevin.
Thanks. Good to be here.
And if you're new to the channel, my name is Brett. Besides this channel, I'm a singer and bass player of the band Audra. I've toured and recorded with Project Records artist Black Tape for a Blue Girl and Unto Ashes. And let's get to it. So, The Cure formed in Crawley, England in 1976. They settled on their name in 1978, shortly before releasing their debut single. Since then, they've released 14 studio albums. We'll put an asterisk there because we'll talk about that. Several EPs, live albums, compilations, over 40 singles, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame 2019 inductees, genre bending legends, The Cure. As always, before we kick off our ranking, we are going to do some trivia related to The Cure. And I'm just going to go in order of the way everyone is on my screen here. If the person who is the intended recipient of the question gets it correct, it's 2 points. If it's incorrect, it goes to the next person and they can get 1 point. And the winner will determine the order that we do the ranking in. So let's kick things off with Frank. Frank, your first question is this.
Mhm.
The Cure have had a few drummers throughout the years. Name them and acknowledge the albums that they played drums on.
Oh, cute. We start with Lowell Tallhurst, and he plays on Three Imaginary Boys, 17 Seconds, Faith, and Pornography. Then you have Andy Anderson, who kind of took over and started playing at the Japanese Whispers era. There was drum machines with Lowell Tallhurst and Andy Anderson on Love Cats. And then he also played in the Top, Andy Anderson. And then you had Boris Williams from the stretch from Head in the Door all the way through Wish. Do you want me to list them all? Wish,
You're
Head
good.
in the Door, got it. And then Jason Cooper was on Wild Mood Swings, but there are also other drummers on Wild Mood
Yeah.
Swings, which, oh my God, you want those too?
No.
Okay, because like Mark Price, I could do this. I could do this. Mark Price, Ronald Austin, and there's one more even. I can even get that. And that's it. Jason Cooper from Wild Mood Swings onward.
You got it, man. 2 points for you, Frank. And just out of curiosity, who filled in for Andy Anderson on the Top tour?
So I feel like I should give this to Greg because it was originally Vince Ellie of Psychedelic Furs, and then before Boris took over, and Greg saw Boris's show, so I'll let him speak to that.
I did, yeah. He was great. We had no idea who he was at the time because it wasn't announced and there was no social media or anything like that then. So even in my review, I was confused as to who I was seeing. I thought it was Vince Neil, but it wasn't.
All
So
right, question number two is going to go over to Dream Pop Jesse. Please listen close to this one. Guitarist Steve Vai once released a compilation album collecting the seventh song from each of his releases at the time, with the inspiration being that the placement of the seventh song in the track listing was always reserved for the most emotional piece on the album. Name seven seventh songs in The Cure's catalog.
Evil.
That's a rough one. I don't know if I can answer that one. As much as I do love him,
Do you want
that's
to
a rough
pass or
one.
you want to take a stab at it?
Uh, I'd hate to pass, but I'm gonna pass.
All right. It goes over to you, Kevin.
Okay, seven songs. Okay, I'm gonna go with Cold. I'm gonna go with Doubt. I'm gonna go with All I Ever Am.
I'm going to stop you right
Take
there.
Split. Okay.
Okay. We had one incorrect at some
Oh,
point in
Doubt
there.
wasn't seven, was it? No, it's
No.
six.
All
Yeah,
right, over
Drowning
to you,
Man. Shit.
Greg.
Okay. Sorry.
mm, I've listened to these records so many times now in mixed up order on Spotify or whatever, so that I couldn't even begin to think about which one would be number seven. So I'm going to pass.
All right, back to you, Frank.
Oh my God. Oh wow, this is no big deal. All right, Fascination Street. Good God. Yeah, All I Ever Am. Thank you, Kevin, for that one. Foxy Lady. I'm gonna go with Foxy Lady because I'm remembering that right now. Oof, oof, oof. Oh God. Forest. Cold. That was a freebie. Thank you.
Two
Oh
more.
my God. How many were there? I got what, five?
You got two more.
Piggy in the Mirror. And oh my God. Oh my God. It's killing me. It's gonna kill me. What's Head in the Door? Just listen to it. Close to me.
Frank
Did I get
gets
it?
the point. Whew.
Oh my God.
Excellent. Good work. Good job. All right. That
Oh, I
takes
got a
us
cheerleader over here, Nate.
over to Kevin for question three. All right, Kevin. Robert Smith and Company have released a number of cover songs throughout the years. Name five of them that were released officially, no live only, played in concert. Five cover songs that The Cure have released.
All right. I'll take a little favor back from Frank and go with Foxy Lady. Young Americans. World in My Eyes. Um, Purple Haze.
Yep. One more.
Hello, I Love You.
Excellent. 2 points for Kevin. All right, Greg, over to you. All right, Greg, this 2011 pop album, which included a cover of a Cure song, went on to sell well over 30 million albums worldwide.
I don't have to pass again. Sorry. Don't know
All
it.
right, over to you, Frank.
Oh my God. Cure cover 2011. No, I don't know. Pass him.
Jesse.
The only one I can think of was well before 2011, so I'm trying to think. Uh,
And it also had to have sold over 30 million copies worldwide.
hmm.
Three, two, one. Over to
Uh,
Kevin.
So it's an Adele album, and it's her age at the time she released it.
oh,
19,
Oh,
21. I can't think of the name
21.
of it.
All right, I'm going to give you
21.
1 point for
Yeah,
that, Kevin.
All
you gotta
right.
get that.
That
You
was
gotta
good.
get that.
That was good. Okay, excellent. Yeah, Adele, 21, a cover of The Cure's Love Song.
Yeah.
Wow.
I had no idea. One day I was in the grocery store and it came on, and I was like, this is a Cure song.
It was
Okay.
11 too.
All
It was
right. So that was whose question was that? That was Greg's. All right. Back up to you, Frank. All right. Frank, Robert Smith filled in for two different guitarists named John, who departed Susie and the Banshees. The first time in 1979, then again from 82 to 84, resulting in his performance on one studio album and one live album. Name the two Johns that he replaced, along with the two Banshees albums that he played on.
I'm gonna insist. I'm gonna get whoever takes this over for me is gonna get most of the work done. It's John McGeoch, and it's not John Valentine Carruthers though, so that's not that one. It's the first not John McKay. No, not is it? Was it John McKay? Oh my God! Oh wow! All right. Oh
And then
my
the
God!
easy part of it.
Okay, well, that was the harder part because I didn't remember the first guitarist on the screen because I don't love the screen. Anyway, that said, the albums that he played on were Nocturne and Hyena.
2 points.
Hyena,
2 points for Frank.
right here.
All right, nice job.
That's not
All right.
bad.
This one goes over to Dream Pop Jesse. Jesse, longtime on and off again Cure member Roger O'Donnell was born in 1955, the same year as James Eckhouse, who portrayed Jim Walsh on this legendary TV series.
That's a rough one.
You're giving Jesse all the mean ones, man.
Yeah, that's a mean one. Like,
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. No guess?
no.
All right, over to you, Kevin, for 1 point.
No idea.
Greg,
Zero idea.
and back to Frank.
Nope.
Oh, come on, guys. Beverly Hills 90210. No point.
Yep, not my time period.
All right. Okay, so this is now Kevin. Kevin, one of the most captivating things about the Cure's song arrangements are the long intros and the layering in of instruments. List the instruments in order of appearance in the intro of Just Like Heaven before the vocals enter.
Bass. Drums, acoustic guitar, electric guitar, and then vocals finally.
Incorrect. Over to you, Greg.
Yeah.
Drums, bass, keyboard,
I'm going to stop you there. Over to you, Frank.
Drums, bass, acoustic guitar, keyboard.
Jesse, over to you.
Oh my God.
Wait, drums, bass, acoustic guitar, piano, then keyboards. The string
Okay, I'm going to
arrangement.
stop you. Okay, so it's drums and bass come in. There's an electric rhythm playing these two-note little chords on electric guitar. Then you have Robert's acoustic guitar strumming, then the synth, then the lead guitar theme, then the vocals.
That a low electric guitar thing, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I listened to that song again today, and I couldn't get that question. And I was also talking today about the long intros and how great they are. So that's just amazing.
Okay, so whose question was that? Was that Jesse's or Kevin's?
Kevin.
That was laughs.
Okay, Greg, I have a good one for you here, Greg. Spread across 10 Cure albums appear songs that contain an animal in the song title. Name 5 of them, but don't repeat the same animal more than once. Insects and water creatures do count.
well, definitely cats.
Can you say the full song title too, please?
Sure. Well, love cats.
All right.
Well, cats are gray. Pigs. There's Piggy in the Mirror. Dogs. Shake, dog, shake. 3. Hmm. My mind is blank. I'm gonna pass it on.
Oh, dang. All right, over to you, Frank.
Okay, cockatoos. Are we counting cockatoos and birds? Because can I get Bird Mad Girl with that? Because it's an
You
overall
can do
bird.
both. Yeah, you can do
Okay,
both.
great. And then the ones Greg said. So I'm gonna piece out of that one easy.
All right, so just to kind of go with all cats are gray, the love cats, Greg, you mentioned Shake Dog Shake, Bird Mad Girl, the caterpillar, Piggy and the
Yeah.
Bear, banana fish bones, the snake pit, like cockatoos, and where the birds always sing.
Hmm.
So that was 1 point for Frank, and
Thanks
that
for the assist, Greg.
so that put Frank in the lead at 6, Kevin 3, Jesse and Greg didn't score, but I do have a bonus question for a fun little extra. So this question will get asked to everyone, and it's a silly one. Okay, if you were forced to remove one song from this Cure album, which would it be? And you receive 1 bonus point if I agree with you. Okay, so let's start with Jesse. I'm going to choose the Bloodflowers album for you. If you had to remove one song,
Hmm. That's a rough one because probably coming up, the bonus track.
okay, I did not put that. So 0 points on that one for you.
You know,
Kevin, Kevin, here is your album,
I like
The
your
Head
answer,
on the
Jesse.
Door.
Okay, easy. Screw.
All right, 1 point for Kevin.
nice.
Over to you, Greg. This is an interesting one. I'm going to give you Faith.
God, that's just terrible to do. All right, but I'm gonna have to do it. Doubt.
1 point for Greg. All right, and last for Frank.
All right.
Let's go with Three Imaginary Boys.
Foxy Lady. Oh no, Weedy Burton. I'll take Weedy Burton for that one. Foxy Lady then it was?
I chose Foxy Lady.
I mean, could we just throw the whole thing in the garbage? But yeah, okay.
All right,
Great.
so Frank ended up winning with 6, followed by Kevin at 4, Greg 1, Jesse, sorry. You had some tough ones, I know. So that means, Frank, you can choose the order of the reveals.
All right. So I'm gonna go with what I see on my screen. I'll take first because I got some spicy things to say. Then we'll go Jesse, Greg, Kevin, and then you, Brett. How's that?
All right, let me write that down. So we're going Frank. Who is second?
Jesse, next in line,
Jesse.
going around the clock. Yep.
Then Kevin.
Then Greg, then Kevin,
All right, gotcha. Thank you.
then Brett.
All right, so just for those of you watching, we are going to be creating individual playlists because we'll be naming off our 3 favorite songs from each album. So be sure to check out those playlists. And we also wrote down in advance what we think each person's number 1 choice is. We'll reveal that when we get to the number 1 pick. And also, just one little side note, because in the intro, I did mention The Cure have 14 with an asterisk studio albums. We are choosing to include the 1983 released Japanese Whisper as one of the studio albums, just because it's great and it plays to me like a full album, and it feels criminal to leave it out. So that's what we're going to be doing. 15 albums, which includes Japanese Whispers. So we're going to start off with Frank showing his 15th pick.
And here's we filmed a video before a couple years ago, and here's where I deferred greatly because my number 15 pick is Three Imaginary Boys, the debut studio record from 1979. And there's a lot of reasons why. Basically, I didn't get this until after I heard Boys Don't Cry, which is superior. It takes all the tracks that are garbage off this one that we just talked about and replaces them with the singles, which are much better. But anyway, I do like a lot of the A side of this record. It's minimal, it's dark, the razor sharp guitars, the tense arrangements. It's got a bit of a Buzzcocks and Wire feel. I love Wire so much, so it's got a little bit over it. It's super saccharine pop, but it's got a lot of menace. That scream of Subway Song knocks me off my feet every time and terrifies me. Yeah, so that's really, I know they didn't have creative control over this, so I feel okay putting it last because it's not really the album they intended. But I do love when they and the sequencing is weird, but I do love when they end concerts when they do a rip of all these songs at the end and just run through like 6 songs in 5 minutes. It's amazing. Also, I love a lot of the Easy Cure stuff. The like I'm cold, I want to be old, need myself. Some of those songs are really great and better than what appears here. They also leave off Plastic Passion, World War, these great choices that are superior in my opinion. So really, that's why it's got to go here. It just didn't feel cohesive to me. It felt like a mess. It was a hot mess. But anyway, my favorite 3 tracks. I'm going to go in the opposite order, right? So we're going to go. My number 3 favorite is Fire in Cairo, Fireincao. Then Grinding Halt, which is amazing, and then of course what I think is their first truly great song, Three Imaginary Boys, the title track, as my favorite.
Right on. Over to you, Dream Pop Jesse, for your number 15.
I don't have mine now because I never purchased this album. I'm gonna go with 413 Dream
All right.
as a least favorite. I still to this day I saw them for that album, and I still to this day have never listened to it from start to finish.
3 favorite songs in number 3, 2, and 1.
Well, from 413 Dream,
Yes.
the boy, because I do actually have all the EPs. I'm not sure where I would rank them though, because I don't think I've gotten them out in probably 8, 10 years now.
All right. So your number 1 standout song from 413 Dream.
There's not one that really stands out to
All
me.
right. Wow. Okay. All right.
Well,
So
I guess what is it? The only boy
what is it?
from
The only
Only
one,
Boy,
right?
the
Oh,
only
the only
one.
one. Okay. Gotcha.
That
All
one I
right.
do have a little place for.
All right. Fair enough. Let's go over to you, Kevin, for your number, or sorry, Greg, your number 15 pick.
For my number 15 pick, I'm going with the self-titled album from 2004. Never really liked this album very much. I love the work that this is going to sound weird, but I love the work that Ross Robinson did on the first 2 Slipknot albums. And as you can see in my room, I love The Cure, but I also love Slipknot.
Oh, wow.
But choosing him as the producer was a real mistake. I feel like the album just sounds unpleasant and kind of awkward. It really lacks any real mystery or atmosphere, which is something I look for in a Cure album. And it's too damn long. I think there's at least 3 B-sides that would have really improved the album. Why Can't I Be Me, This Morning, and Your God Is Fear. If those had been on there, would have been a much better album. Especially considering that they kept such songs that I think song is kind of awful as Us or Them. I debated whether to place the album last or second to last, but in the end, I had to go with what Robert said in a recent interview, where he said, my least favorite, he called it my least favorite album that we've made and the only album I don't think works. And who am I to disagree?
And do you have
Oh, yeah.
3 tracks?
There's a few songs on it that I do like, though. Number 3 would be Taking Off. Number 2, The End of the World. And then the one song on there that I think is really great is Anniversary, which is the closest thing on the album to like a classic Cure type of sound.
Right on. All right. That was number 15 for Greg. Over to you, Kevin.
Yeah. I was thinking maybe I was going to go with Three Imaginary Boys as well, but in reviewing them, I'm kind of lined up with Jesse, where I chose 413 Dream. 413 Dream was the only album I just didn't even bother getting for a long time from The Cure. I also saw them live around that time. I think I was also getting the singles at that time, but I just felt like there's just no purpose to this album. There's no direction to it. I don't really like the sound of it, like sonically. I just think it's kind of off. And some of the songs are just really annoying, the vocal performances especially. I love The Cure. I just want to say at the commencement, they're like maybe my favorite band ever. So I really do like every album to some degree. And I do like this album to some degree too. As I've spent more time with it over the years, I've come to like it somewhat. But still, a lot of times I put it on ever since I got the vinyl, and it just kind of, I don't pay, it just kind of drifts into the background or something for me. So I've never gotten to know it inside out like I know every other Cure album. So my 3 favorites all come from the first side, and number 3 being The Only One, which I think is a pretty fun, cute love pop song, which he's done so many great ones. Track 3, The Reasons Why, I think is actually really strong. That's my number 2 pick. And I think Underneath the Stars is amazing. I love, love, love Underneath the Stars. It's like peak romantic Cure, and it had me very excited when it was being played live and on YouTube before the album came out. I listened to that song regularly.
Well said. Number 15 for me, also 413 Dream. Um, this was the Cure's 14th album in the way we're ranking him, released in 2008. Underneath the Stars, in that final vocal section where it's "and everything gone and all still to come as nothing to get to us together as one," it's accentuated with this like backwards reverb. Goosebumps every time. Besides that, in The Hungry Ghost, which is a totally underrated song in my opinion, has that incredibly haunting guitar solo, which is my favorite part of the song. Other than those two songs, there's not a whole lot that makes me return to it. Freak Show kind of drives me crazy. There's that cowbell in that da 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 da. Reasons Why kind of, I remember I had Reasons Why on my last list, but the way the voice he does, the little character voice that he does on that, also kind of just doesn't sit well with me anymore. So my 3 favorites in order, the only one I'm going to go with the same as you, Kevin, there, filled with loads of little innuendos. It's a fun little pop song. Number 2, obviously The Hungry Ghost, and number 1, Underneath the Stars. Over back to you, Frank, for number 14.
Gonna pile it on. 413 Dream for this one for number 14. And Kevin said it best. I have a difficult relationship with this record. I didn't like it when it came out. I didn't get it for a while. I didn't really listen to it. And I think Underneath the Stars was such a strong track that the rest of it just doesn't do it in the same way. So it kind of does a disservice to this. And every time I listen to this, I actually like it better. So it jumped up a spot. And I thought it might have jumped up another one. But what Kevin said is also true, that it kind of does go in the background. It's consistently fine, minus Freak Show. I don't dislike anything on it. But it kind of blends in one ear and out the other for most of the time. There's lots of Pearl on here, though. I really liked Pearl's wah guitar pedals all over this. Something that Reeves has kept on going with. And there's some heavy Cure vibes at the end. But, I don't find anything really that offensive. I did finally get all the singles. So I had 2 that I bought. I had these 2 when they came out. And then the other 2 I just shelled out for, which was because, completionist and everything. But yeah, so, and one thing I want to say about it is the Scream is named after, maybe not named after, but is a recall to the Susan the Banshees record, and I think it's a very Banshees-like song. Kind of interesting. Anyway, my favorite 3 songs, which funny enough, number 3, Switch, which I have had here and in my previous video. I can't sing you that song, but I do like it every time. So Switch. Hungry Ghost, number 2, it's especially good live, and Underneath the Stars, which is gorgeous and romantic Cure and everything that we talked about. So there you have it.
Nice. Jesse, your number 14.
My number 14 is actually the same. It's Three Imaginary Boys. Man, I got this album probably around the time that Disintegration came out, and it was 2 weird albums to kind of pair up to each other. You know what I mean? This is like
Sure.
Frank says, it's kind of like Buzzcocks and Wire. I love Buzzcocks, but it's just not the emotion that I was getting from Disintegration. So to buy these 2 albums in the same year were like really weird. So it just is one that never really grew on me. I think the fun thing about this actually was the Foxylated cover. I really love like Accuracy and like Objects. I think those songs are fun, but it's just not giving me the same feels as Disintegration.
3 favorites.
3 favorites, probably Accuracy, Objects, and a Subway song.
Good choice.
Yeah.
Right on. Takes us back over to Greg for your number 14.
My number 14 is Wild Mood Swings from 1996. After almost 15 years of being like a pretty rabid Cure fan, this album single-handedly made me lose interest for like the last 20 years. As Frank knows, there were many years where I was just kind of like, the Cure. And we'll get into later why I'm now really back into them. But this album just really turned me off at the time, and I still think it has a lot of issues. It just feels bloated and muddled to me. Um, Song-wise, some of the things like Mid-Car to me sounds like a parody of The Cure. Club America is just a terrible song with really uncharacteristically bad use of wah pedal. I love the wah pedal with The Cure, but that song, it just doesn't work. And then songs like The 13th and Round and Round and Round to me are almost kind of embarrassing. I just don't like it. Even some of the decent songs on the album, like Want, sound to me like lesser versions of Disintegration or Wish type material. So I've just never really warmed up to the album, and this to listen preparing for the show didn't really change my mind on it too much. As far as the three songs, number three, I'm gonna pick Numb because I really like the 1970s style string orchestrations on it. Number two, Jupiter Crash, and number one, Bear.
Right. Very interesting. Over to you, Kevin, for your number 14.
Yeah. Also, Three Imaginary Boys. I think someone else said this. I kind of like Boys Don't Cry better. I think I heard Boys Don't Cry first. Uh, Plastic Passion, Grinding Heart, a great song. But this is just, it's fun. It's like they're kids. I think of it as like the Muppet Babies Cure. Like they're still just little kids. They're excited by the punk movement. They're putting out an album. It's not a cohesive statement whatsoever. There's some really weird, kind of embarrassing moments on it, but it does have some of that like late 70s British energy. So I kind of enjoy that. I kind of like, yeah. So it's cute. I don't know, but it's never an album that I've had any passion for. So number three, 10:15 Saturday Night. I think, it's just a classic track. Cool to hear it sampled later on in Massive Attack and things like that. Number two, I have Fire in Cairo. I've also always loved that song. I just think it's really catchy. Just showing that Robert Smith can just write great hooks right from the beginning. And number one for me is the title track, which is, I think, them kind of opening the door into discovering who they really are and the kind of amazing mood that they can create together and so on. So that's it.
Right on. Number 14 for me is the self-titled album. This came out in 2004, the 13th Cure album. Um, so for me, I think it was Greg already had talked about it. The overall sound of this album is harsh, and sometimes it's difficult on the ears. And something about Robert Smith's vocals, which started back on Bloodflowers, on Watching Me Fall, where his vocals became really upfront and almost this really harsh tone to them, which carried on some of the songs on this album, like Labyrinth, Us or Them, Never, The Promise. Those are just difficult to handle with that style of vocal. And I was very relieved on the new album that kind of went away. But those are the points of the album that are the weak spots. I find as the years go by and I listen to this album more and more that I don't think it's a bad album. I actually really enjoy it. The moments that are good on it, I think, are really good. Um, Before Three is my number three choice. Number two is I Don't Know What's Going On. And my favorite one is Taking Off. I just think there's some great little short kind of pop songs on there. I mean, The End of the World, Alt End, I think they're all similar to one another, so they do feel cohesive. But I think what really takes it away from me is just the overall sound of it and those songs that I mentioned, especially since Labyrinth is the second song, so right away it's just a little too much in your face. So that's my number 14 pick, the self-titled album. Back over to Frank for number 13.
So last time we did this, I had a really crappy drawing of the album, but I've since bought it on vinyl, so I can't reveal how funny that was. But anyway, it's also going to be the Cure self-titled album from 2004. For all the reasons we've already talked about, coming out of Bloodflowers, it was not what I expected. We'll talk more about Bloodflowers later. I found that album to be beautiful, romantic, soft, and passionate, and this was nothing like it. It was very angry, ugly in a lot of ways. There's the cover art, which is, as we said, ridiculous. And what I found the most off-putting about this album is the needlessly different variations of this album. I'm going to go ahead and rank the tracks because I find that the B-sides that are on here are the best ones. but it's really a strange album. It feels like there was a bid for modern relevance that was sort of happening. Like, oh, Korn's name checking them, so let's work with a producer of new metal. Um, it just. But then again, Angry Cure is really hitting the spot now for lots of reasons. And the joy in Before Three and those pop songs is hard to resist. Hi, Kat. I want to also recommend the tracks from the outtakes, Strum, Please Come Home, and Boy I Never Knew, which are top tier Cure, and why they're deleted from the album and not even released in any form is kind of mind blowing to me. Anyway, so my three favorite songs, though, I'm going to go with two of the B-sides. One is This Morning. I love how sprawling it goes into some really intense, deep, and dark and beautiful places. That I remember listening to this in Kevin's. I bought him this record, listening to it in your basement, and how beautiful that was, and how we were just like gobsmacked by that track. And that memory still sticks with me. Next one is Going Nowhere, which is exactly why I love Bloodflowers. It's like a Bloodflowers continuation to me. I love that deep sigh he has at the end. It just lets at the end of the song. It's like that's how it feels. And then Anniversary is my favorite song on this record. I remember going in Woodstock when I bought this and riding my bike, putting the CD on these dangerous streets and having to pull over and listen to it. It was that mind blowing. The keyboard intro, the way the drums kind of crash in, and then yeah, beautiful. So self-titled record, I do like it a lot, but here it is.
All right, Jesse, number 13.
Number 13. I am going to go to. Sorry, should have had it ready. Is the same as the last few, and that's a self-titled album. I know, and when we were leading up to the filming of this video, we are talking about like the production, and I actually just, for me, it actually is the production of this album that just doesn't do it for me. The way it was recorded, like live in a room, there wasn't a lot of post mixing. I don't think. If I had to rank like my favorite songs on this, it would be the B sides, like Your Gotosphere, This Morning, and then my absolute favorite song on the actual album though is Anniversary. That was when it transposed live so much better than it does on the album. It sounded just like so much bigger and better. So if you can find like a soundboard recording of one of the shows, that's the way to go for this album. But also I really liked The End of the World though.
Mm.
I think it's a great song.
Catchy little one.
Also probably probably All In is kind of like a fun song, it's a single. Kind of a different one. But yeah, I dislike the cover art and the production. I think that's what really brings this one down.
I actually don't mind that cover.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
I
we
think
talked
it's a
about
better
it.
cover
Like,
than 413 Dream.
it is like it was drawn by children, and so most children actually will draw nearly identical. They'll not know each other, but they'll draw figures of people nearly the same way if they're all about the same age. And that I think that's interesting. It's a cool concept, but yeah, it just kind of feels a little. Just the cover art's not my favorite thing
All right. All right.
at all.
All
And
right, Greg.
413, I'm sorry to interrupt. 413 Dream is interesting because it's parched art, and parched art is usually beautiful Cure sleeves, the Wish sleeve and all that. And
Yeah.
I hear you, 413 art. It's kind of a little messy.
All right, Greg, you were at number 13 for you.
Yeah, I think I'm the last one to join the 413 Dream Club. Finally picking it. I like this record actually a lot more now than when I last played it, which, to be totally frank, was 2008, because I didn't really like it that much at the time. And I was surprised that I actually enjoyed it, when I listened to it in preparation. I think I liked it a little bit more than the rest of you guys. It does have some truly terrible songs. Freak Show is hard. It's an instant skip, same as Real Snow White. Those are some of the, I think, worst Cure songs ever released. Robert's vocal style is a little experimental in places, which I actually kind of enjoyed. But that said, the music generally felt kind of generic. And again, as I said with the self-titled, it's way too long. It's kind of a chore to get through the whole thing. I had a little different set of songs that I liked than you guys, though. I think I know everyone else seemed to mention Underneath the Stars, which I did think it had a really nice Disintegration style intro, but it didn't really go somewhere as special as I was hoping it would. And then the Hungry Ghost, you guys mentioned, it has a really intriguing chord pattern, but I felt it was missing something in the final composition that would have made it a top tier song for me. So the actual three songs I picked were number three, Perfect Boy, which kind of reminded me a little of Smashing Pumpkins, sort of. Kind of like that. Number two, Siren Song. I really enjoyed the slide guitar on that track. And my favorite ended up being Sleep When I'm Dead, which surprised me because at first I was kind of taken aback by the song, but it's such a really unique track in their catalog and it really grew on me. And I like its weirdness. So
Right on.
yeah, 413 Dream.
All right, Kevin, over to you for your number 13.
Eponymous. I also have a burned CD version where I changed the track listing a bit and drew my own little drawing. And yes, Frank did get me the vinyl back in the day, and I wish I still had it because he said everything I want to say about the songs that are actually on the record that are not on the CD. This morning, Going Nowhere, amazing. This morning, we've all alluded to, we recorded a version of this video a few years ago, which just didn't make the cut for various reasons. So we're redoing it now. But I shared a story then where basically coming home from the hospital from my stepmother dying, I put that song on, and it was just the Cure are just there for me emotionally at some of the best moments in life and some of the hardest moments in life. And I think a lot of people have that experience, and that's why we hold them so close to our hearts. So those are amazing songs. Anyway, I think you've all said great things about this album. I'm going to go with it. My ranking is going to come from the CD. Yeah, I think there were different things you've mentioned, Korn, and I know he worked with producer, but I also feel like emo was very big at the time, and which emo was a big debt to Robert Smith, and I feel like the end of the world was kind of this moment of like, okay, I'm here. I created this thing. I don't know. He went for over the top emotional performances on this album. Um, and I think there's some really great pop songwriting. I love the ones you mentioned, Brett. Like, I don't know what's going on, Taking Off. Like, I have a very negative opinion of the album over the years, and so I'm always surprised how much of it I actually like when I go back and listen to it. Like, there's a lot of good songs on it.
Hmm.
Yeah, the production is really grating. It's all like way too much up in the red, and so on. I also liked it was kind of came out during the Bush Jr. era, and there was a lot of kind of music around that time that was kind of kicking back against that a bit. And I feel that this album with Us or Them, there was just kind of a talking about a certain worldview that was coming up after 9/11. Um, and I appreciate that. The Cure never really go there, and I think it has its place at times. So. It's actually a song that's grown on me over the years. So my top three from this album, let me just pull up my sheet to make sure I have it right. Were yeah, three Us or Them, which I also used to not like that, but has I said really grown on me over the years. Um, it just really the way the bass slams down hard and the drums and he just really lets it go. I mean, sometimes I'm not in the mood for Robert Smith shouting at all, but sometimes it's exactly what the doctor ordered. Number two, Anniversary. Everyone's spoken to it. It's probably the best song on this album objectively. It's just an amazing piece of atmosphere and texture with just really cool elements that you don't really hear in any other Cure song. But number one for me is Before Three. I love Before Three. I think it's a fantastic pop song. I think it participates in a tradition that they set forth with Just Like Heaven, kind of this nautical seaside falling in love. Can we keep this love? Can we create something here that's going to carry us through our whole life? The way he set up the lyrics in that song is really interesting. There's just a way he creates each line that kind of mirror each other. Um, and there's just such an emotional performance, high energy. I think Before Three is terrific, and it's my favorite off the album these days.
Well said. Number 13. Oh, wait. Wrong one. Wink, wink. Okay. Number 13 for me, I'm going with the 1979 debut, Three Imaginary Boys. Um, I mean, The Cure, everyone, I think, almost everyone, if not everyone, has talked about this album yet. I don't think Greg has. Um, I mean, they would make a dramatic 300 or 180 after this album, leading into 17 Seconds the next year. So it's their more kind of punkier debut. Everyone has alluded to the fact of Boys Don't Cry. That was my first. I found when I was a teenager, Three Imaginary Boys was really hard to find. So Boys Don't Cry was the most accessible version of the album. Of course, it included the non-album singles. Um, Foxy Lady, which was talked about in the trivia portion of this. While I appreciate that The Cure went for it, and based on the fact that um, Robert Smith would go on to record, Purple Haze. So obviously a Jimi Hendrix fan. So I appreciate that kind of primitive version of it. But the vocals are kind of hokey. I mean, I just don't, I think Robert Smith should have just sung it and kind of did away with the kind of cheesiness of the vocals. I would have loved to have heard that interpretation on the album. But that being said, it should have been just left off the album and been a B-side. But my three favorite songs on this one, Subway Song, my friend back, when I first got into The Cure, talking about that. And it's just whenever I hear that song, it's just like if it's playing and I'm walking around the house, I just stop before that final moment of the song, just preparing for it because I never know how loud it's gonna be, and how much it's gonna make me jump. But that song is just so good. My second favorite is Another Day, which I don't think anyone has mentioned yet. And my first favorite, like everyone else, is Three Imaginary Boys, the title track. So for me, my number 13 is the debut. And that
You
brings
know,
us over to back to Frank for number 12.
and it's funny, just to quickly add on to that, I love the bass on that song, on Subway Song, and it's one of
Yeah,
the first bass lines I learned to play.
so good.
And I played that song twice today on both Three Imaginary Boys and Boys Don't Cry, and I had to preview my son for that scream, and he did not like it. So uh, anyway, you flashed Disintegration for anybody who didn't see, and that was really a spicy, mean thing to do. But I'm gonna do a mean thing, and I'm gonna put Head in the Door next. Kill your idols. I said this last time. This is going above. This is going below Wild Mood Swings, man. Just for everybody playing
Wow.
at home. Yeah, no, we'll get to that in a minute. But to many people, this is their first real it's a masterpiece to people. It's the first album that was a stateside, not an import, right? A lot of folks have this deep attachment to it. Um, but as much as I love the tracks in this one, I found it to be a bit overrated. The production doesn't really do it for me in some spots. I find it a little slight when you put it all together. I like Screw. I like it. It's a good dance song, but it's not a genius track compared to what was left off the album. I had a lot of fun with this when I was young. I sure did, and my son loved it just now. So I think it's meant to be for the youthful energy. The meat of the album, though, is the darker material, and I love the sax solo on A Night Like This, which is performed by a member of Fool's Dance, which I have the Fool's Dance record here. So I just want to show that off for a minute here. So this era of the Cure, both of them, I have both of them there. Anyway, so let's go. Okay, let's get right to the best tracks. Kyoto Song, number 3. Push, which was I love Push so much, but I'm kind of tired of them playing it. I feel like they played it every single show for the past 10 years now, and I think it needs to kind of slink back in obscurity, but it's amazing. And really sinking the Simon Gallup bass line, that deep melancholy. It was one of Robert Smith's favorite. This is Robert Smith's favorite off this album when he talked about his favorites, right? That's what I have to say about Head in the Door. And
All
look
right.
forward to the comments on this one.
All right. Wow. Okay. Over to you, Jesse, for your number 12.
Number 12.
What?
Let me just
I love you guys.
get into it here. I actually really do like this album, but if I had to land it somewhere, I'm gonna land it here because this album is happy sad interweaving throughout the album. You've got songs like In Between Days, and then you go into Kyoto Song, talking about death in the pool. And then you go to The Blood, and then you go to Six Different Ways, and then Push, and then Baby Screams brings it up, and then you get to the happiest song on here, Close to Me. And then you get to A Night Like This, and it's like a romance. And then you get to a night, Screw, which kind of goes into that fuzzy bass, and then you end it with Sinking, which is like the perfect song to end it with. But this album, it just doesn't go to where the other albums kind of go for me. You know what I mean? Like it's got all the things you'd want. It's got the sadness and the melancholic like lyrics, and then the happy songs. You know, like that. I don't know if Close to Me is actually a happy song or not, but it's just yeah, I guess I mean it has some places for me that are kind of like my childhood. Like I went snowmobiling with my father, and I made him listen to the cassette, and he just looked at the cover and he was like, "Is this band British?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he couldn't really explain why he would go that way, or to that place that they're British, but I think it's just the Robert's voice and the instrumentation was probably completely obscure to someone who listens to like country music. But I don't know. Yeah, this album is special, but it just goes towards the end
Three
for
favorite.
me. Yeah, three
What do you got?
favorites. Oh, geez, probably. I'm gonna go with I wrote down Push and Kyoto Song, and then Sinking. Sinking is just absolutely my favorite song on here, hands down. The bass line and like just the lyrics,
All right, we got two
perfect.
spicy picks this round. Let's go over to Greg and let's see what happens now.
All right. I am going to go. I
You're
should
not.
preface this by
Don't do that.
saying,
Don't do it. Just change it
I'm
right now.
sorry, Mike. I know you're going to kill me, but I'm going to go with the top. And I should preface that all the three, last three, I don't think are very great albums. Every album from this point onwards, I consider great in one way or another, even if they have flaws. And so this album, I do think is a really great album. I really loved it at the time it came out. This was the first Cure album I bought in real time when it came out. I had become a fan like about a year or so before it came out, and but over the years I grew less fond of it, and I sort of dismissed it for a while. I actually enjoyed rediscovering it, and I appreciate the emphasis of surrealism on this album, which I feel is like a big theme. But I still can't rate it that much higher because I feel like the one problem with this album is that it's really missing a truly God tier Cure song. Even albums that have just as many flaws or whatever, it seemed to me have at least one song that's just raises the overall album experience. And I think the problem with this album in that regard is that if you think about it, within the space of a year, I'm gonna quote this. Within the space of a year, he wrote and released The Walkie P, June '83, Gloves, Blue Sunshine, September '83, The Banshees, Dear Prudence, September '83, The Love Cats EP, October '83, and then the Banshees Hyena, which came out a month after this, and then this in May '84. That's like 1 year's worth of output from one guy, basically. And I think he just ran out of gas as a songwriter. And I just feel like, yeah, Frank's showing Blue Sunshine. It's not that it's a bad record. It's just that this. I feel like he just spread himself a little bit too thin, and that's apparent in the overall quality of the songs. In parts, it's a little bit too abrasive. I feel like Give Me It. I used to like it when I was younger, but it kind of just sounds a little too abrasive to me now. Parts of it is very whimsical, with Bird Mad Girl and Dressing Up. I think if it had included Love Cats and a couple of the B-sides like Happy the Man or the demo Ariel, it would have helped the album, in my opinion. But I still do love it. I actually like it more now re-listening to it, but I still got to rank it at 12. And as far as my three songs, number three, The Caterpillar. It's a little silly, but damn, it's just too cute not to love. Number two, Shake Dog Shake, which kind of has a proto Nine Inch Nails vibe. I just love it when he comes out and sings Wake Up in the New Blood. That's just killer. And number one, Wailing Wall, which is very mesmerizing. So yeah, number 12, the top.
All right, Kevin, over to you for number 12. Let's see if the spiciness continues.
Yeah, I just want to say I agree with Greg. I think most of us have had the same basic like bottom three. Those are the only so far, those are the only albums I don't love by The Cure, but I do like them all. From here on out, everything I'm talking about, I love. So I may be critical, but I love it. So Songs of a Lost World is my pick. And the thing is it just came out. So I mean, I've been living with these albums for 20 years, 30 years. You know, this album just doesn't have that time with me yet, but it's amazing. It is so good. Um, it is way better than I thought a new Cure record would ever be. And it's just been so great to see the love that has greeted this album and how much it's reminding so many people how much they love the Cure. So to me, the Cure make two kinds of albums. They make Wild Mood Swings albums, which is like the top, like we just talked about, the head and the door. I mean, Jesse and Greg just talked about that phenomenon. And then they make their albums of unified focus and consistency, where it's you're in one mood, and usually they have shorter track listings. So this is in that it's in that high seriousness, more consistent mood, and this work seems to speak to people more, or becomes their higher regarded work. Everything's a little bit too high on this album, the way it's mixed or something. So that's a little bit a problem I have with it, but. I think it's amazing. I really love Alone. When Alone was released, I actually got tears in my eyes the first time I listened because it was like I had forgotten just how good it was to be in the Cure's world, and I couldn't believe that they could still create that place and bring me to it. It was amazing. Um, um, and Nothing Is Forever. I see a lot of people love that song. I find some of the piano parts like a little bit cheesy. It takes me a little while to warm up to the song. The more it goes on, the more I surrender to it, and I wind up really liking it. A Fragile Thing, I don't think is a super strong song. Now that I have the CD, I like the bass line helps me a bit more. War Song is awesome. Drone No Drone, I love the energy and the intensity and the way that bass slaps. I Can Never Say Goodbye. I think is, I know we all know it's about Robert's brother. There's a Something Wicked This Way Comes reference. That's really nice. But again, it's not something I super love. All I Ever Am, I think, is a really unique song. That one's really cool. And End Song is just incredible. I mean, End Song just gets you, just brings you into that, like, that place of nothing and never again that The Cure is so good at taking you to. So my three favorite songs, number three is Drone No Drone. Number two is End Song, and number one is just that first song that was able to bring tears to my eyes in my first listen alone.
Right. Okay. Number 12 for me. Um, so I want to also say that I think if I stepped back to my 13th pick, Three Imaginary Boys, I know we're nitpicking some of these albums being critical, but from 13 down, I would say I love all of these albums, even Three Imaginary Boys. Like it's so tied to nostalgia for me. Um, in this next one, I struggled with this album when it first came out, and I struggled with it for years after it came out. Um, and uh, as I've grown older and listened to it now, it hits me a lot more powerfully. And I know putting it at number 12 will probably be a spicy pick, but uh, Bloodflowers is my number 12 pick. And I can't even believe this album is almost 25 years old now, which is pretty crazy. Um, I talked about it before when I was talking about the harshness of the vocals. Watching Me Fall was the moment when I first got this album and listened to it. That was and it's the second song and it's like 11 minutes long. It was kind of a deal breaker for me at the moment, and it really skewed my perception of the rest of the record. Um, and I still to this day I kind of wish it was replaced with something else. And I know that's going to be, a hot pick right there to say that. But it's the harshness of the vocals that really turned me off of that. But we had this on as we were kind of cooking dinner, I think last week, and it was just glorious. My three favorites, There Is No If, is just fantastic. The Loudest Sound, also great. But my number one pick on this one is The Last Day of Summer. It's just the title alone, like we just in Arizona, we wait for the last day of summer so we can get that insane heat hopefully over with. And I know that's not technically what the song's about, but Bloodflowers. This album has grown with me over the years, and I do love it. So that's my number 12.
Cool. I think it's safe to say I'm going to just piggyback on everything here on out I love. So, no, even head in the door, right? I switched my game. I just switched this after hearing what Kevin had to say about it. I'm putting Songs of the Lost World at number 11. And all the flaws, like the production, really, that's why. I listened to this 10 times in a row the day this came out. It's an important record. I was floored by it. I was so glad they're back with such a strong, unified release. I find it to be very beautiful, full of meditation, of loss. I just lost my mom this year, so really it hit me where it counts, really. And there's a lot of anger with what's going on in the world right now, and that's okay. It's probably gonna be my album of the year, by the way, even though it's ranked here. But the honeymoon phase is sort of over, and I'm kind of being a bit more honest with my feelings about it right now. And it's kind of in the middle of the catalog about that. The Hype Machine did such a great job on this. It was so great to, like Kevin said, so great to see everybody talking about The Cure for like a week straight. But then people are saying it's the best album since Disintegration. I find that ridiculous. Like, stop. Just no. It's not better than Wish. We'll talk about Bloodflowers later. I mean, maybe it's more unified than Wild Mood Swings, but I had to switch those, maybe in my head right now. Kevin and I talked about this for a long time over text about how when David Bowie's The Next Day album came out, I was like, oh my God, The Next Day, he's back. And it's like, are you listening to this record? I mean, The Next Day, if I was going to rank that as my least favorite Bowie record, because I think just the hype, the machine of the power of being back is what it brought it to number one. But then you have to listen with a critical ear and be like, well, maybe there are other things that really rank higher. And I'm sorry, it's not better than Wish. I can't with that. I just can't. Anyway, we're lifers, right? We're lifer Cure fans who grew to love all the other records, grew to love them warts and all. So it's great that everybody's loving this record, but I got to place it here because of that. It shares elements with Bloodflowers too. I think it's very Bloodflowers-esque. So to anybody who doesn't like Bloodflowers and like this, I'm kind of giving you a side eye right now. But it's really it doesn't have a lot of chances either. It's definitely sounds like The Cure. Anyway, so I'm glad this album exists. I hear there's two more in the making, and we'll see if that's just him talking or what. But so I'm going to go with my three favorites. All I Ever Am. It's really soaring and beautiful, and like Kevin said, really unique. War Song I found to be my favorite of the two really intense, heavy ones. I was very prescient, obviously, of what's going on. And then End Song, which is 10 minutes of that. So that's my favorite. And I want to just close by saying, please find the Dolby stereo mixdown of this, because this is mixed too hot. It's just mixed too hot. It's too loud. It's too claustrophobic. The Dolby mix solves that for me, and hopefully it solves that for you too. Anyway.
Frank, over to you, Jesse, for your number 11, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So the vinyl's downstairs, but the cassette Songs in the Lost World. All right. Hearing some of the songs originally like a year ago at the shows I had this anticipation for like this album that I never imagined was going to only have 8 songs on it. I thought it'd be a little longer, but I think there's going to be more explanation to that soon. I think some of it's already kind of been alluded that there already is a follow-up to this album. And that's why we only got 8 songs. I actually really like this album a lot. It's very I think when we were talking about it, I said it's kind of like Bloodflowers on melatonin. It has this like really somber feeling where it's just so lush and pretty, and you can feel the loss in it. I mean, this if I were to ever say it was a band's last album, I would actually say it's this, because it feels like a last album. Some of my favorite songs, War Song. I actually really do love Fragile Thing. I like Drone No Drone, and I Can Never Say Goodbye. But I would choose as the top 3. I would say Fragile Thing, War Song, and Drone No Drone would be a top favorite off of this one. And if you get the double cassette. It's got another cassette of all the instrumental versions. So that's kind of cool. I haven't experienced the 5.1 version yet though. Just the vinyl and then this guy.
Right on. Over to you, Greg, for your number 11.
At the door. So a lot of other people picked fairly low compared to what is usually perceived as the canon by The Cure. I also, as other people said, the rest of you guys, some of you, I think it's kind of overrated. It's really inconsistent. It has some of my favorite Cure songs, and it has some of the ones I would dislike the most. Just a few things. The flamenco feel of the blood is cool, but I feel like for Robert Smith, the lyrics are kind of clumsy. Unusually clumsy, especially compared to the lyrics on the top are one of the things I really did like. Screw, I think Frank mentioned, is really a mediocre track. I don't really like it. I've always hated Close to Me. It was the first Cure song in my fandom that kind of irritated me. I remember calling it, and I did a live review of one of their concerts at the time, and I called it Squish Pop. It was like I always think that's like the bouncy Cure stuff that I'm kind of bugs me. And I never really liked the song. It always sort of like rubbed me the wrong way. Six Different Ways to me is a really bland song, and it's kind of lazy how he recycled the piano bit that he wrote for Susie and the Banshees' Swimming Horses, which is an infinitely better song than Six Different Ways. He basically ripped himself off, but in a much lesser song. So that's the stuff I dislike about it. I'll just go, the songs that I do like, I really like. So number 3, In Between Days, is one of those perfect strummy Cure pop songs, and it has one of his prettiest vocal melodies ever. Number 2, bunch of you guys mentioned Sinking, amazing bass line, quintessential Simon Gallup. I love it. And then A Night Like This, which is kind of the perfect Cure song. I think it's the best song of their mid 80s era. I love the guitar hook and the Chef's Kiss sax solo, which I think Frank mentioned. One of my favorite songs by them. So again, a very kind of schizophrenic album where it's got some amazing tracks and some real mediocre stuff. So it's got to go a little farther down because of that.
All right. Over to you, Kevin, for your number 11.
Yeah, so I'm going to keep it going here. I think we all started listening to The Cure in different decades, some of us in the 80s, some of us in the 90s, but probably all of us while we were teenagers. So the next two albums for me are the albums that kind of stay stuck in my teenage years the most for some reason. I can't quite bring them into the rest of my life, but I still love them. I'm also going with The Head and the Door, which I agree is overrated. I've become aware of its position in some kind of canon. I don't understand. I think it's faultless, well-balanced 80s synth pop of an eccentric nature, but it lacks a consistent statement or a feeling of having something to say. It's really lightweight compared to the top, Pornography, Faith, 17 Seconds, and it's not quite as fun a collection of pop songs as Japanese Whispers. The Blood, Screw, these are rather minor Cure entries. I used to enjoy Six Different Ways a lot as a teenager, and now I find it a little bit too twee. Yeah, this and Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me. They're just kind of stuck in my teenage years a bit more for some reason. I love this as an introduction to Boris Williams, who I think many people regard as the best drummer the Cure had, and the drum parts he comes up with throughout the album are really terrific. And really give it something special. In Between Days, I mean, I think the Caterpillar is the first song we get from Robert Smith, where he's got that strummy acoustic guitar thing going on, which becomes a beautiful thing used many times over. In Between Days would be like the second song then, and I don't think it's as good as the Caterpillar. I also think it's a bit of a ripoff of the first song on Movement, Dreams Never End. So I don't, and I like the William Orbit remix. Anyway, my top 3 songs on this album. Oh, I just want to say, Close to Me, A Night Like This, Sinking would have been an incredible closing 3-song sequence, but we got Screw stuck in the middle, which I think is one of the worst Cure songs of all time. But it's kind of hard to pick a favorite there. Number 3 for me is Push. I love that. That run down the guitar is so epic, and then it goes to go, go, go. I mean, it's just an amazing song, and it just overflows with teenage feeling. Smear this man across the walls like strawberries and cream, the only way to be. It's a really great song. Like Frank said, maybe it's gotten a bit too much play live, but I think it's because Reese Gabrels really likes it. Number two for me would be Sinking, but it was hard to pick one from the end. But Sinking is really just one of their great. They almost always have amazing closing songs, and Sinking is one of their great melancholic. You know, again, you're in that place of just kind of next to hopelessness, really stuck in your melancholy. Beautiful bass line. And number one for me is Kyoto Song. I love Kyoto Song. One of my favorite Cure songs. I think it's totally unique in their body of work. I love the whole atmosphere and vibe of the song. It's kind of like a weird dream. I love the way he sings the lines. I love the imagery. I think that, you know, the Asian American instrumentation, it kind of, or Asian instrumentation, it tries to evoke, works in a way that's, you know, I don't have a problem with. Um, and I love the doom 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 like that. The Boris Williams drum pattern is just so good. Love Kyoto Song. But other than that, I'm not that attached to Head in the Door.
All right. So, like Frank, I had a last minute swapping of places here, and it ended up we synced up exactly the same there with number 11 for me being Songs of a Lost World. As previously mentioned, the first album in literally 16 years. I think this came out at the perfect time, both just worldly and personally. Um, it's very difficult to to judge this album against, I don't know if Kevin or someone said, off of a, you know, like, yeah, I don't know, like an almost 40-year history of listening to The Cure to take an album that's only been out a month and put it against things that I've been listening to since I was, you know, a kid. But you know, as Frank said, you know, now that the dust settled, and it's really just going through it with a real, you know, critical ear. I am a fan of short albums. Um, I like that it's only 8 songs. I like that I did, you know, I was hoping that we wouldn't get some like 24 song album that is difficult for you to ever learn the song titles. So like I like that it was 8 songs. Um, for me, there's one weak song on the album, and it was the second single, Fragile Thing. The second I heard the single, I was just kind of like, oh, I hope this isn't a sign of the rest of the album, because the first single alone was so good. And so when I heard that, I was like, oh no, I hope it's not a sign of the rest of the album. Um, but it's not. That's the only spot. And it's not that I dislike it. It just feels a little bit like the weak spot for me. My three favorites, number three is Alone, the opening track, which is just beautiful. My second favorite is, everyone else has mentioned it, is End Song, which I think it's a 7-minute intro before the vocals actually enter the picture. And it's just, I mean, how many bands can just have a song that's a vocal song and have things that earn their place in the song instrumentally and are captivating enough to hold your attention for that build-up? When the vocals come in, you don't feel like you wasted 7 minutes of your life. It just felt like a build-up into that powerful last, what, 3 minutes. It's an amazing song, but it's even not my favorite one. And Kevin mentioned this one, but my number one favorite is And Nothing Is Forever. Second song in the album. Like Frank was mentioning about some difficulties this year, I feel like I've been through a lot this year and even in the last 4 months or so. And that song, when I first heard it in the track listing, um, it just kind of almost just collapsed my body. It was so beautiful. And the title Alone and Nothing Is Forever just was the right thing to hear at that exact moment. So I'm so grateful that we got this album, especially when it came out. It was the right album to receive at that moment in time. I love it. It's great. And for those of you that have slept on getting this, the few of you that may be out there, I highly recommend checking this one out. So that is my number 11 pick, Songs of a Lost World. And that brings us back around to Frank.
Right. And I'm sorry to hear that it resonates so deeply with you and for me and for anybody out there who it's resonating deeply with. Much love, you know? All right. So to number, what are we on? 10? Number 10. So I thought about even shifting further, but I'm going to go with what I originally had as number 11, but I can't change too much here because I'll get to that in a minute. It's going to be Wild Mood Swings for number 10. And again, this might be number 9. I mean, I'm gonna go with number 10. I have to commit to this. So what a weird, trashy record this is, and I have a soft spot for it though. We all talked about what the first record was that we all got and it was out. This was the brand new record. We got into the Cure. Kevin and I equally the same experience through the Crow soundtrack and through a girlfriend of his. I don't want to steal your thunder on that, but who got us into the Cure. So I followed with them on that one. This was the one to get. All the singles were in the stores. Could not. I love the Dead Toys all over. I think we made a fake record label called Dead Toy Productions based upon this record alone. So I really love a lot of. Yeah, see, look at that. There it is. Yeah. So I like the flawed songs. There's two of the worst Cure songs on here for me are Return and Round and Round and Round. Return's okay. It's a little Brit poppy, and that's what I like about it. It's okay, but Round and Round and Round just sucks. I hate it. And I think those songs only really exist on this record to make it good on the title Wild Mood Swings, because it really is a bipolar album. I love Club America. It's not a favorite, but I like how it's like Iggy Pop. It's like the slip-on stars and the canary feather. The really growl he does on it. It's very Iggy Pop. It is. It's clicked with me. It's like the idiot. So it made me love it even more. Yes, I mentioned the Britpop nods, the horns that are on it. It's kind of its era. The strings, the 70s strings that Greg mentioned on Numb are really beautiful. I actually love the 13th. It's the mariachi vibe on it. They're really, I don't love Mint Car, but whatever. It's not the most egregious song on their catalog. Anyway, so I appreciate this. Is the last time I think the Cure took a lot of risks. They did a lot of, whether it be playing into the time. Well, I guess now they played in the times of the self-title, but they took a lot of risks. They did a lot of different stuff in this record. I did all those drum researching thing. I realized that All About Eve's drummer, God Machine, is a great band, and Pink Turns Blue, the drummers for them, also played on here, as well as Jason Cooper. So that's kind of neat to have learned recently before he locked in. It's a very eclectic record, but also it's over long. Oh my God! By the way, it's like me talking about it. It's over long. It loses a bit of focus in the middle, but then it ends so strong again. So it's a hard one to pick favorites from because of that. Because Treasure, Bear, and the 13th are top tier for me, even though the 13th may not be a favorite. But those are awesome. But really, and the last thing is if you took all the way to Drek, if you took away Round and Round and Round and Return, you put in the B-sides, all of them, by the way, every one of those B-sides, this would be the best Cure album almost, maybe. We'll talk about some of them later. I'm sure I have one on my list. I'm sure you all have some too. The B-sides, though. But anyway, this being where it's at, it's got to be number 10. So my 3 favorite songs, This Is a Lie, number 3. It's a beautiful, crushing song that just, it's a little, maybe it's a little basic in the lyrics by Cure standards, but it hits hard. It hit hard then. My whole, it's personally resonant for me. Number 2 is Want. It's a great opener. It really was. It's something I read in poetry readings. I used to read that in mixes of doing Fear of Ghosts and If Only I Would Sleep and a Want. Kevin will remember this, back in our poetry reading days. Anyway, and my favorite song is Jupiter Crash, which I have yet to see live. I feel like they play it enough that why has it eluded me? I don't know. But it's a beautiful song, the great acoustic guitar strumming on it, that romance of an affair or a moment with whatever, maybe, I don't want to insinuate, but a romance. There's a romance here that is beautiful. And just looking at the stars with so many really hits. So, Wild Mood Swings, number 10.
Right. Jesse, you're number 10.
Okay. No.
Uh-oh. That went down in value just now.
Yeah, maybe. No, it's fine. Okay, so yeah, I gotta go with Wild Mood Swings. This is one of them that I got to see them twice for. I saw them in Denver, and then I saw them in San Francisco, which is where I met them. Yeah, I'd have to go with some of the songs that Frank had mentioned, like Want and Club America. Those are probably the two of my favorite songs, especially Club America. I actually like the way Robert sings on that one because it's almost like his vocal track is like he's being kind of lazy in the way he vocalizes. Actually like Treasure a lot. I actually do like Strange Detection because it does have kind of a Britpop feel, and I think that was when this album came out that made it fun was that it was kind of a happy, cheery record versus doing the same thing over again. I think a lot of people wanted kind of a down tempo, somber, like another, people always want like another Disintegration or another Violator or another Joshua Tree. I think I think a lot of people are wanting another Disintegration and they got this, which is kind of fun. Um yeah, I'd say those are my favorite tracks though. I
Right
think
on.
the cover art was kind of fun. It was a little unique with all the toys, and if when you get into the singles with the toys that are on the cover of the singles as well, very fun.
Cool. Greg, over to
Uh,
you for your number 10.
All right. Number 10, I've ranked this higher than I think all of you guys, and I think there's a little story behind it. So I'm going to go with Three Imaginary Boys at number 10. Um, in my youth, I loved this album, warts and all, but it really hasn't aged as well as the rest of their early catalog. So it's come down a lot than from where I thought I would originally put it. Um, but I think part of that is when I got into The Cure, they only had like 4 albums out. So all of those early albums loomed a lot larger for me than maybe someone who got into them in the later in the 90s or something. I also, like I think Brett mentioned, I got into it when this album was almost unavailable. I think it took me a few years to find this, extensive searching. I got into it from American compilation version, Boys Don't Cry, which that was my album length introduction to The Cure, which I bought as a $1.99 cutout with the corner cut off. Um, I looked up, I found my diary entry for Friday, January 21st, 1983, which reminded me that I insisted on listening to it for the first time late at night in the dark. And that really cemented my love for the band. Um, and that version of the album is great. If that was the official album, it would be like way, way up. But as it is though, it's as everybody else said, it's wildly inconsistent. Just like Head on the Door, it has some of my favorite Cure songs and some of the worst things they've ever put on vinyl. Side one, I think, is terrific. As you guys all noted, I love the jazzy skeletal vibe of songs like 10:15 Saturday Night, Accuracy, and Subway Song. But then it all goes downhill on side two, starting with The Abomination of Foxy Lady, which should never have been released. I think maybe a B-side. And then, So What isn't really that great either. And The Weedy Burton is also really bad. And then Meat Hook is like B-side quality at best. And it's only saved by the title track at the end. So I dropped it many paces from where, say, 20-year-old Greg would have put it, just because of realizing now I have to judge it on this album, and it has a lot of bad stuff on it. So, but I couldn't drop it any further because it just meant too much to my, college age youth. As far as the songs, number 3, I think Jesse might have mentioned Object, which I feel usually gets very little love from Cure fans, and Robert Smith himself says he shouldn't have been on the album, but I think it's very underrated. Has a great bass line, a killer, searing 2-note guitar riff that was later appropriated by March Violets for the song Radiant Boys, which, but they picked a good riff because it's a killer riff. Number 2, 10:15 Saturday Night, and my favorite song is a bunch of you guys listed, Three Imaginary Boys, which is their finest early composition, as I think both Kevin and Frank noted. It really points the way towards like something like Faith. You can hear the seeds of Faith in it. So yeah, Three Imaginary Boys at 10.
Right on. Greg, I enjoyed your journal read there. Thank you for bringing that in there. That's great. Over to you, Kevin, for your number 10.
Okay, I'm gonna go with Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me. Um, their first double album on vinyl. It's two records. I really got to know it as a CD as a teenager in the 90s, which takes off the song Hey You, which has the album title in its lyrics, but I think is a pretty cuttable song, so I don't mind the 17-track version that I mostly grew up with. It's similar to Head in the Door in a way that it's just like as a bigger version of it. It's another album where you're going to get all kinds of songs, all kinds of moods. It's going to go from bleak despair to like, just kiss me, I'm so in love, the next moment. But there's some different stuff with time signatures, and just some absolutely classic songs, obviously. When you open the song, the way the album opens is just amazing. Like John, John, and it just slowly builds. And we've been talking about these songs that have long instrumental openings. I mean, what an incredible! The first time I listened to this album, I was like, "Whoa, what an opening! Oh my gosh!" And just the intensity of it and that crazy wah guitar going and going and going. And then you got Catch next, which is just like such a wonderful, odd, slight little pop song that's got a lovely melody and such like just a funny lyric I love singing along to. And then Torture, you finally get a mention of Vampire Bats from the Goth band. If Only Tonight we Could Sleep, it was a song that Frank and I really, really loved going back. But I now think that the kind of keyboard sitar is a little bit cheesy, but still a beautiful song, beautiful set of lyrics. Um, then there's the Baudelaire adaptation from Paris Spleen of How Beautiful You Are. So interesting. I hate Why Can't I Be You? I think it's one of their worst songs. I liked it when I was a teenager, but I really just can't stand the song and haven't been able to for a long time. I do think this album does have a couple of their worst songs on it, and I think that because it's from like their peak when they were in the 80s, it gets forgiven more than like later albums, which have a couple bad songs on them. Um, um, but yeah, like when I think about being 16, like I think about this album, and that's a bad thing, and it's also kind of a good thing. Um, Songs that I love. I also, by the way, I just want to say I love how the album ends. Fight is not the typical way that a Cure album would end, and it's such an amazing like call to arms. Like, it's not ending on like a note of just extreme depression. It's like on a note of like we're gonna, keep fighting. You're gonna get through this, and I think that's something that a lot of people need to hear, especially like teenagers. This album and the subsequent one, I think, are improved. Some of the mixed up versions I like more than the versions that are on this album. So, Hot, Hot, Hot would usually be like a favorite song off of this album, but I like the mixed up version more, so I didn't include it. My top three are number three is Like Cockatoos. Incredible. Like the kind of reverberating acoustic guitars that sound detuned and the shuffle and the weird time signature, the jun 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 Jun. It's just a really really cool. And the way he kind of has like a spoken word. I like when he gets kind of low and murmury and gets more into the spoken word kind of poetry thing. So I love like Cockatoos. Number two for me is Like an Animal. Amazing song. Just so full of intense romantic yearning and lust, and it's great. Oh, before I say number one, I just want to point out that Just Like Heaven is kind of regarded by everyone universally as an absolute masterpiece and one of the finest pop songs ever written. And I don't want to argue with that. It is an amazing song. But I do want to say that Sunlight Bathed the Golden Glow by Felt, the single version, which you can find on Goldmine Trash, which came out before it, is basically the same song, same lead line, almost the same bass line, and so on. So for me, that just takes it down a little bit. Just Like Heaven is not my number one pick, but Just Like Heaven is, as I've mentioned, really important for me in terms of introducing a whole, like, it's like the keynote for a whole bunch of stuff that I love going forward in The Cure, which is like Next to the Sea, Falling in Love, Being Under the Stars, Can We Keep This Thing Together Forever? You and Me Have a Private World. There's something dreamlike going on. So I love all that. Anyway, without further ado, number one for me is Icing Sugar, which is a masterpiece. And Boris Williams drums, like fast pummeling tribal. The saxophone, again, I love, like we talked about a night like this. There's like a something where there's sax going on in the songs in this 80s period of the Cure that's so good. Weird lyrics. It's just a really, really, really cool song. That bass line kind of slinks up. One of my favorites, and I've consistently loved it every time I've listened to the album since I discovered it as a teenager. Okay.
Kevin, I think you may have misspoke on your second song choice. You said Like an Animal.
Oh, I'm sorry. All I Want.
Okay. Okay. I know. I immediately thought of the glove.
Wait, we
also,
can talk about the
and I was
glove?
like, what?
I mean, yeah, Like an Animal by the Glove. Yeah, I'm sorry. I sometimes call it Like an Animal. I don't know why. It's called All I Want. Thank you.
Because
All right.
tonight I'm screaming like an animal. I get it.
just
Yeah.
to hold you like a dog.
I just wanted to be
That's
clear
what
because I
I
know
want.
someone would have left a comment saying, "What's he talking about? That's a glove song."
Let's just squash that right now. Yeah.
So it's funny. Sometimes Frank and I, in the past, have lined up sometime our exact places in a little running order. So for me, number 10 is also Wild Mood Swings. 1996, their 11th album in the way we're calculating it. Um, it's funny because talking to The Cure over the years with people, like I haven't found many people that regard this album, except for you guys. To me, it's massively underrated. I'm putting it at number 10 just because there's so much other great stuff, but like I love this album. It's everyone's kind of addressed. It's totally schizophrenic. Um, I agree. We've talked about this on the side. Jesse and I have talked about it over the year. This song should definitely have been trimmed down by two songs. But it's funny enough, like the two songs I picked to cut off are different than the ones Frank picked, which is fascinating. We'll get to that. The B-sides from this era would have, if we're going to keep it at how many, what is it, 14 songs or whatever? If we were to keep it at that length, then surely there could have been some swapping out going on. Or you just cut them off and we have those fantastic, deep cut B-sides that are treasures to discover. So yeah, so let's get to the weak spots for me. Strange Attraction. It's always stood out from the very second I heard it. Um, Robert Smith's vocal performance, I think, is solid, but the production, the synth sounds, the sound of the snare drum takes it deep into adult contemporary territory for me. And that is a deal breaker right there. Gone, which shockingly was a single, shares a similar vibe to Strange Attraction and should have been left off the record. Um, Treasure is lovely. I just want to say that. Just a little positive note at the end of that. But man, there are such treasures on this record. Um, Number three for me is the 13th. I love it. I love the character-driven vocals that he does, the voices, almost that duality. I love the 13th from the second that I heard it. And that song probably made some Cure fans just depart. But for me, like Greg there, but for me, I was in on it the second I heard it. I thought it was, I mean, I mean, look what The Cure did. I mean, go to Japanese Whispers, go to all those, non-album tracks and B-sides, go to the top. Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Head on the Door. The Cure has always done these quirky maneuvers throughout their career. I mean, as I alluded to in the beginning, genre bending, like they're all over the place. Cure is not a goth band, strictly a goth band. They're all over the place, and that's what I've always loved about them. So the 13th is my third favorite. I'm with you on whoever, I think it was Frank. This Is a Lie, I think is fantastic. There's that version that's on the Join the Dots collection that I think is just like strings, correct me if I'm wrong, which is really cool. But my number one pick is Want, which has already been talked about. The Cure is one of those bands that has an absolute knack for killer opening tracks. And to me, that's up there with some of the greatest opening songs of The Cure. So for me, number 10, 1996 is Wild Mood Swings.
It's got to be jazz. That's what she wants.
All right, so that takes us back over to Frank for
All right.
for
Number 9.
number 9, right?
Number 9. Number 9. Okay, so I originally was going to flip this with Wild Mood Swings, but I can't. It's Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me. And the reason I can't is because it has 3 of my all-time favorite Cure songs on it. And for that alone, it just deserves to be somewhere. But it also has several of my least favorite Cure songs on it. It's a sprawling monster album. It's the most, I think it has the most in line with the title for Wild Mood Swings. I feel like this should have been called that. I think it's so much eclectic ground. It does, like Kevin said, takes Head in the Door to the extreme. It does all the things that Head in the Door does, but better. Whether you like those songs or not, it goes bigger with them. It's a very sister record in a way. It's actually, despite being at number 9, it's my go-to recommendation. If you're just getting into The Cure, try this one, because I can tell you you just pick your favorites in this one. I can steer you where you want to go. So, I don't think some people will not want Disintegration as their first Cure record. It's too dour, But that being said, it has every style the band's known for doing. Um, and it has some, and these aren't my three favorite songs, but like Torture, holy crap, what a song! The Kiss, oh my god, The Kiss is brutal and hits so hard. And Kevin already mentioned the Baudelaire reference, which is an important thing. The Cure's literary references are a big thing to me with the Harrow, and that's kind of the band that taught me between them and also the Trees to be more literary. But that being said, so the Baudelaire reference on that and How Beautiful You Are. Icing Sugar. I mean, it's not in my top three, but damn, it pummels. It pummels so hard. The drums, the saxophone, the wildness of it. Fight, Kevin mentioned too, which is an anthem we can all use right now. Really, really, Fight gets better with age for me. But why isn't it still in the middle spot? Because it's overlong. The transitions are jarring. Hey You now is reinserted into the album's playlist as a reissue CD, and there's other songs that are great. I mean, songs like "The Perfect Girl" and "One More Time" I used to love so much as a kid and as a teenager, like Kevin said. But it's they're a little saccharine. The keyboard sounds. You don't like the keyboard sounds on "If Only Tonight We Could Sleep." I don't like the keyboard sounds on "One More Time." It's cheesy. So it's a little overdramatic, histrionic, a little creating emo right here, right? Straight up. Anyway, so my favorite three tracks are All I Want, aka Like an Animal, which is just sexy. It's a sexy song. It's so hot. That song is amazing. And I'm glad they played it live once. I got to see it live once. Great. Number two is If Only Tonight We Can Sleep, which, like I mentioned before, I used to read it as poetry readings and start with that and had it memorized. I would just close my eyes. Or no, I'd end with it, actually. I closed my eyes and just read it from memory. And then also extremely sexy, by the way. Man, there's some hot stuff on this album. Hot, hot, hot. Anyway, and number one favorite, and it is my favorite Cure track these days. Number one with a bullet, Like Cockatoos. So, yeah.
Right. That brings us to Dream Pop Jesse for your number 9.
Number 9. Okay, I'm gonna go with top. I think this was an album that I actually really loved. Probably 30 plus years ago. It was one that I always kind of kept going back to. Like Piggy in the Mirror and Dressing Up are just like such fun songs. You know what I mean? Like Bird Mad Girl, that's another one. When I think the first time I heard this, Shake Dog Shake was hands down my favorite track from this album because it hit really hard. It was kind of like a Nine Inch Nails song a little bit, where the lyrically, maybe not the music, but it was fast, kind of driving the drums and that guitar in it. But I feel like this one, as time progressed, it became less of a favorite song, and it just kept going back to Bird Mad Girl, and Piggy in the Mirror and Dressing Up are definitely two songs. Another one that I also realized, Give Me It, was a song that, along with Shake Dog Shake, were the two that I wanted to hear the most, probably 1988, 1989. But they kind of slowly started drifting more towards the back. I don't know if it's like an age thing or just the way that maybe the album itself has aged. It's the two louder songs that really stir up the album. But yeah, Piggy in the Mirror, Dressing Up, and Birdman Girl. I think just because they feel like these like kind of fluttering, like kind of really joyful listen.
Right on. Greg, over to you for your number 9.
For number 9, I'm going to go with Bloodflowers, which for me was kind of a pleasant shock when it came out, sandwiched between two albums that I didn't like and still don't really like very much. So I find it remarkably consistent. It has this great hazy, sort of almost psychedelic vibe to it. It's a tiny bit homogenous, but maybe not as great as some of the other albums that you guys have noted are very singular in their intent. But I think it's a really underrated album, and it's really solid. And I don't really have much else to say about it because it seems like yeah, it doesn't merit to me like in-depth analysis. It's a really good album. It just flows together very well. As far as three songs, number three, "The Last Day of Summer," it's a great song, really elegiac. Number two, the title track, which is pretty stunning. The lead guitar on that is just vicious. I love that. And my favorite track on it is "Out of This World." Almost has like a Beatlesque quality to it, and I really love the mournful, smoky guitars on that track. That's like the one I keep coming back to the most. But yeah, it's a really solid album. I don't have any criticism of it.
Nice. All right, Kevin, no number 9.
Kind of shocked that it's landing this low, but 17 Seconds, an album I absolutely love. I'm talking
Bro.
about next.
Wow.
Yeah, that's right. I'm throwing it down. The aesthetic is the best thing about this album. It's an incredible leap in quality, ambition, and accomplishment from the spiky punk of their beginnings. It's an elegant mood piece where its total effect is greater than the sum of its parts, where interstitial pieces and instrumental bits are carried along by the strength of its bigger songs. It has an unreplicated minimalism and thinness to the sound of the guitars, which all sound pitched high and trebly. Like the opening track's title, 17 Seconds, creates an endless space for reflection, for crestfallen contemplation, essential listening when the autumn arrives and the nights get longer. Smith is not yet a mature songwriter on it, but the whole thing has a charm that makes it totally enduring. And it's obviously where they began to discover develop their reputation. Like you said, Brett, they're not a goth band, but understandably, 17 Seconds, Faith and Pornography did kind of create that reputation. So yeah, for me, the top three songs, and even still, it was a little hard to pick three songs. But number three is Secrets. I love the way just the dun 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 dun, that kind of way it leads in, and then once that introductory passage finishes, it kind of like kind of collapses and gets into the beat, and then you've got you can barely hear him. In later years, Robert is so loud. We talked about that in their earlier albums, like you talked about Watching Me Fall, which I'll respond to, Brett, and the self-titled, and just like, and that's great sometimes, but it's like I sometimes miss when he would just be a little bit more restrained, and I enjoy that you have to kind of lean in and try to find out what is he talking about in Secrets, true to the name of the song. Two, A Forest, just absolute stone cold classic, essential cure. And number one for me is At Night. At Night is really an amazing piece of work. It just takes you on this whole journey, and the way the basses that kind of surge and go up and down, and it's just someone has to be there. Like I guess I'm kind of speechless talking about it, so I'll stop trying. But yeah, some great stuff on this album.
All right, number 9 for me. This is going to be, I think, the first appearance of this one on the list. I'm going to go with Japanese Whispers. So we're considering it in our ranking here as the fifth album. Came out in 1983, and it's technically a collection of non-album singles and B-sides. But for me, this is always played as a complete album. I mean, we can all agree such a departure from the previous year's Pornography album. Playful, quirky, funky at times. It's a total fun record. Three favorites on this one. Number 3 is the Love Cats, which kind of has that jazziness to it, great bass line. Number 2, I'm going with the Upstairs Room. And my absolute favorite song on this, which is top tier Cure for me, is Lament. And also acknowledge that flexi pop version that's collected on Join the Dots, which is just outstanding as well. It's a super unique song, and I love it. And it's one of my favorite Cure songs. So number 9 for me is Japanese Whispers. Back to you.
You're both breaking my heart, guys, but I'm going to break your heart too.
All right, let's go to number 8 for you, Frank.
Number 8 is going to be Bloodflowers. And I have stood up for this record. Dude, listen, okay. There's 7 other records above it, all of which I will fight for to today. And Bloodflowers, I fight for. I'm wearing the necklace for God's sake, you know. I love Bloodflowers. It was the first one, like I said, Ron Woodson was the one that was out. It was the first one that I bought on release day. So if whoever has that place in my heart, I find it unified, powerful, melancholy, gorgeous. And I find myself, I already defended it once in this video already, considering how everybody hates this album and loves Songs of Lost World. Like, are you paying attention? It's the same thing. I find I don't understand the flack this gets when you consider that. There's so many trademark. I think what people hated about this was how it was considered that trilogy, right? I love the trilogy DVD. I love the trilogy concept. But everyone's like, oh, this is nothing like Disintegration and Pornography. So people just kind of hate it on principle. And a lot of people go back to it, listen to it, like, oh, it's pretty good. Or if not, again, I'm giving you side eye, fans. Anyway, I was just saying before this video, I'm 42, right? He was 39 when he wrote this album, and this is already deep into their career. So if he can make a record this damn good, this deep into his career at 39, I mean, I feel like I've done some cool things, but like it makes me feel a certain way about that, right? You know, it's like, whoa. It's sort of intense in that way. What does ding the album down a little bit, which is unfair to ding it down though, is Coming Up. Brett, I don't know why you consider that not the deletable song. I know Watch Me Falls long and sprawling and intense and in your face, but Coming Up just doesn't fit. I bought the vinyl, the original vinyl for this, which got lost in a flood, so RIP, so I have this picture disc. But Coming Up just feels like this era where I know they were working on this electronic music with Possession, the World of My Eyes cover, More Than This, which I love, even Just Say Yes, which was written for this album, kind of messes with that a little bit. So it just feels like Coming Up doesn't fit in there, and I hate having it on this vinyl, and I hate having it on the original vinyl. So no good. I loved seeing this. This is the first time I saw The Cure with Kevin. Kevin and I saw this in almost the nosebleeds with this drunk guy hugging us the whole time. But it's the first time I ever knew they played 3 hours long and played all this great music. We heard Like Cockatoos that night. Lots of deep cuts, and opening with Samuel Barber's Adagio for Strings, which is my favorite classical piece to date, probably because of that teenage attachment to it. But I really do love this album. This album really hangs together so well, and it's such a good album. And you know, Kevin, sorry it's at number 8, but like, I'm still defending it here to everybody watching. Do not snooze on this album. My 3 favorite tracks. Where the Birds Always Sing has always felt a little questionable about faith to me. It's one of those faith questioning songs that to me is very important. And you know, even if the lyrics a little been there, done that, it's still I still find beauty in it. The Last Day of Summer, we've all talked about it, some of us talked about it already, and I love playing it still, and I love hearing it. And number 1 favorite track, no shade to Out of This World, the closing track, Bloodflowers, is just so devastating. I think at one point I listened to this record a couple times throughout this ranking video preparation time, and I got interrupted. And I'm like, no, we're going to go back and start that song over. This song is not, do not interrupt it, do not pass go, get back to the beginning and start again. Bloodflowers is a devastating song, and I love this record so much in general. So number 8, Bloodflowers, and it still feels low.
Jesse, number 8. Oh.
So I'm gonna go with Bloodflowers. This is actually one album that it was sold to me on the CD probably a week before a Street Date, and we went on I think we went out to dinner and we listened to it in the car, but we ended up just driving around after dinner, just listening to it in the car, like really loud. It is also I saw them in San Diego for this one at SDSU, and that was hands down probably my favorite Cure concert ever. It was 3 hours long. They did songs that I never thought I'd get to hear live. They did the actual recorded version of 100 Years with the double kick drum for the first time. I'd never seen it live like that. It's, with this album, some of the songs actually transpose live better, like The Loudest Sound, There Is No It, and Last Day of Summer. All those songs sounded just so beautiful live, and like so much bigger, and like in a kind of outdoor amphitheater setting. The kick drum was real spatial. it just sounded so huge. And I think I had tears welling up at one point. This couple next to us handed me their binoculars, even though it's not like a huge venue, but I got to see Robert up closer with these binoculars, and I almost had like tears in my eyes when I handed binoculars back to these people. Um, yeah, it was just like all the emotions were there at that show, and it just listening to this album kind of takes me back there. I have many bootlegs of a lot of Bloodflowers shows where songs like Open and End kind of got slightly reworked and they actually sounded better at the show. So yeah, everything about this album really brings me back to the shows. Um, I think it is actually funny that Coming Up was not on the CD. It's only on the reissue. It was on the Japanese and Australian CD. So when I got it, you're talking about like shorter albums where there you kind of get in, you get out. You do have Watching Me Fall, which is just over 11 minutes. That was actually one of the first tracks that I noticed. I saw that as over 11 minutes long, and it was immediately in my mind it was going to be my favorite song just because it was that long. Um, yeah, number 9.
All right. Wait, that was number
Wait,
8, right?
it was 8, but did you pick 3, by the way?
Yeah, no, oh yeah, well, Loudest Sound and
Okay,
Last Day of Summer.
got it.
So Watching Me Fall didn't end up being your favorite song.
It should have been. I think
I
at the time I was listening to like Underworld and stuff like that, where you get these
uh,
like 14-minute long songs, and to have something guitar driven that that long, it just ended up being the others as a favorite.
Jesse, I'm just like you. To me, I think it's like such a great car album. It's so good in the car. Like I don't even own it on vinyl. And
Yeah,
also, I remember I got it the day it came out, and Watching Me Fall, just seeing that it was 11 minutes, I was like the same. I'm like, oh my God, this is going to
yeah,
be a massive. They're going to put, Same Deep Water as You as track 2 on this album. It's going to be amazing. I was really surprised what the song went out sound. I'm like, I'm still surprised some days, but I'll get to that later.
All
yeah.
right, over to you, Greg, for your number 8.
My number 8 is Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me. An album I'm very fond of. When this album came out, I had just graduated from college and I just started working as a music journalist and was writing for a lot of papers. And one of them had me interview Lal and Simon for the cover story, and I reviewed it for the magazine as well. So I just have like these good feelings associated with this album. Um, it's really sprawling and decadent. Reminds me of like Hot House Flowers or Harem. Those are the images that come into my mind. Like Jesse was saying, it does fit into their wild mood swing type albums, but I think of all of those sort of albums, this one is my favorite. The ones that have a huge disparity of different sounds and textures. I like this one the most. I actually dug out because I don't know if I can really do better than 22-year-old Greg. For my newspaper review at the time, I said weirder and wider in its 2 experiment-filled discs than you'd imagine. Musically, it drifts between the band's many moody styles. Like most double record sets, there's a bit of fluff, but overall, Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me is a superb return to form and a warming reminder of The Cure's ability to invoke the pain and pleasure inherent in pop music. I kind of stand by what I said there. Pretty much how I feel about it. I still really like it. I feel like it's aged really well for me. As far as 3 songs, number 3, Just Like Heaven. I think it's one of their perfect jangle pop type songs. Never really gotten tired of it. Number 2, How Beautiful You Are, which is a lovely song and infinitely sad. It might be one of the saddest songs they ever did lyrically. And my number 1 song, which I believe you also picked, Frank, is If Only Tonight We Could Sleep, which I feel like it's Robert's best Orientalist pastiche. There was that period in the mid 80s, if you want to go like that period from The Top, Head on the Door, and Kiss Me, where he was really into doing that in that era, using like kind of Middle Eastern and Asian musical motifs. And he did it on The Top. He did it on Susan the Banshees' Blow the House Down and Preacher Man. He was really into it. But I feel like of all of those songs, that one is my favorite. I just love the vibe of it. So yeah, number eight, Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me.
Nice. All right, over to you, Kevin, number eight.
I'm so glad we're ranking Japanese Whispers as an album on this list. Yeah, I think a lot of us had the same experience. We experienced it as an album. When I got into Japanese Whispers, I had it as a tape, but not an official tape. I had a 60-minute tape, and it had the album on both sides because it's like it fits in a half hour. And
You're
I would,
welcome.
and, you know, and it, what?
I take that for you, I think.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
So it was. I would get to the end of the side A, and it would auto flip to side B, and I'd be like, okay, let's do it again. And they're gonna get, and then it would flip, and I go, okay, let's do it again. Like I just could not get enough of this album. I just loved it, and I still love it to this day. Yeah, it's just amazing. Really interesting how it's kind of like a life raft away from the wreck of the band from Pornography. And just like okay, we can't live like that and sustain that. To start doing really fun electro pop songs like Let's Go to Bed, to do really fun jazzy pop songs like The Love Cats, which is just like a total classic to this. A lot of people who barely know The Cure probably know The Love Cats. Um, it's got The Walk. They worked with Steve Nye, who's a great producer who's working with Japan, making really interesting albums like Tin Drum. Um, it's just a really awesome collection of 8 songs that's so quirky. And it's so cool to have such catchy pop music that's at the same time so, yeah, just quirky, eccentric, odd. Um, and yeah, and even though it's not an official album, the sequencing just works on it. And agree with you, Brett. I mean, Lament is really a haunting song. Like, even though there's a lot of happier, like more fun stuff, like it's okay to have fun. This is them having fun, and it feels good. There's still stuff like Lament, which is haunting. Just One Kiss, and there's the Flexi Pop Lament, and there's the extended version of Just One Kiss on Let's Go to Bed single. Someone has it behind them, which is just like one of my favorite things ever that The Cure's ever done. So I still love this record. Um, yeah, I said everything that I had written down here. So without further ado, my number three is The Upstairs Room. Number two is The Love Cats, and number one is Just One Kiss.
We shared two of the three, Kevin, on that one.
Yeah.
All right, over to me for number eight. It pains me to put this at number eight, but here we go. I'm going with Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me, like Greg. Um, Already said it's pretty schizophrenic, evident immediately going from, as Kevin already addressed, going from the kiss and the catch. I mean, what a like sequencing right there. Like when they were sequencing this record and to put catch right after the kiss was pretty interesting. And it's just after that brutality, let's call it, of that opening track, it's just this. Do you hear that little pitter patter snare drum? And then it just goes into this just lighthearted catch. It's just so great. Um, like you, Greg, I never grow sick of Just Like Heaven. It remains to this day one of my absolute favorite songs of all time. Yeah, a few of you guys have alluded to a video that we filmed a couple years ago, and I'll elaborate that on a little bit more. The four of us, without Greg, actually filmed a version of this back in I think 2022, and we had some little technical glitch with the video, and we ended up not posting it, and so we decided to just wait for a new album to come out. Um, and do this. So I'm sure I told this story then and also in my original video. But whenever I hear that song, I just can never shake the image of me being in ninth grade in 1987. And I had a cassette, like some janky cassette that was probably, probably like from Radio Shack or something that was probably dubbed over and over again. And I captured Just Like Heaven on the radio and recorded it. And I would listen to it over and over again after school. And my oldest brother, I would just have this vivid memory of him standing in the doorway. God, you listen to that Show Me, Show Me, Show Me song every day over and over again. And to this day, that memory, every time I hear the song, it stands with me. Um, there's so many amazing moments on this album. But in hindsight, like anything we're doing, discussing this critically, I would prefer if it was more trimmed down. and I will mention the songs that I would actually remove off of this one if I was in charge of the track listing, just because we're talking about it. I would take off Shiver and Shake. I would remove Hot, Hot, Hot. I would remove Hey You, and I would remove Why Can't I Be You. Um, and I think we would have a much more stronger album there. Um, I'm cheating on this one and I'm mentioning four songs because it's I can't not mention. So like Cockatoos and Catch in the number three spot. Someone mentions the dislike of the key. One More Time is angelic to me. It's my second favorite. I just think that's a beautiful emotional song. And
It's not bad.
of course, number one is Just Like Heaven for me. So number eight, 1987. Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me. And that brings us
Sorry, so hard
back
on one
to
more time.
Frank.
Yeah, sorry, dog. So hard on one more time. I like it just fine. This doesn't feel the same way that teenage me thought was all romance. And I know Kevin and I, we used to show it on like our mixtapes for girls kind of era, and it just doesn't hit me the same way. That's all. I don't dislike it. Anyway, number seven, right? We're at number seven, and I have a tattoo of this album, so I'm gonna, still say I love this record very much. Actually, honestly, from eight on, Bloodflowers on, these are all top tier. It's gonna be Wish, my original copy here. I spent way too much on. This is such a wild guitar record, and that's why I love it. There's so many great, tasty licks. Where's your cat? Where's the cat? Where's the cat?
He's back there, Frank.
Okay, great. Yeah, the tasty
Shoot,
licks.
I would have known.
Yeah, no, yeah, the tasty licks on this record. There's so many great tracks elevated by Pearl's unique playing, though all the wah wah we talked about before. This record rips. It takes a lot of the influence in the British music scene at the time. Manchester, shoegaze, dream pop. Robert was talking all about Ride and Chapter House. I think he mentioned Chapter House being the biggest sonic template for this. He was obviously loving Cream so much. He was obviously took them on tour with them. He was really going for that sound on this record. So this record's special to me in general. I always liked it. I know it's a letdown maybe to some people after Disintegration, but it's really great. I found even more love for it once my son was born, and even as a 2-3-year-old, and he's 9 now. He's in the other room. He'll probably yell about it now if he hears me. He loves High, and he still loves High. The kid, I showed him the video. I showed him two videos. I showed him High, and I showed him Lullaby. And one of them screwed him up for life, Lullaby. And then High, he continues to love, and the cat, the little things he does on that are so great. What a killer track of emotions and tracks on this record. Open and Cut are pummeling. They're intense. There's one's about drinking, and the other's about love lost and a breakup, and they're intense. But meanwhile, Letter to Release and Tuition Possible Things is a bit more wistful, but Letter to Release is stunning, romantic. One of my favorite singles. I love that toy piano thing they do on TV Unplugged. And by the way, the B-side. Okay, we already talked about B-sides for Wild Mood Swings. If you want to get dollars for donuts, the B-sides, all 6 tracks in this. We're talking Halo. We're talking Scared as You. Talking Big Hand, Foolish Arrangement, and All the Lost Wishes. Right? That's like 6 or 7 tracks already that are as good as anything. And I know people don't love Friday I'm in Love. I think it's a great pop song. I love it live now. I love how much fun Simon has playing it whenever I see him. See Simon twirling and spinning, and he loves that song. Yeah, so and Doing the Unstuck is a really beautiful song. The really like the 12-string guitar on it is so good. I actually love how sloppy and silly Wendy Time is, and I always like that song. Like fear of follow-up, it's like that kind of thing. But I actually think that I've always, since I heard that demo that came out, that it was around for the same era, I always preferred the demo, and I was so glad that got an airing out in this new Wish remaster that's worth picking up. So yeah, where'd the paper go? I'll tell you my 3 favorite songs off of that. Oh yeah, okay. So High was never my third favorite, my favorite, but it is just because of Gavin. So High, number 3. It's such a great single. It's so joyous. Number 2, To Wish Impossible Things, which is so devastatingly beautiful. And number 1 is From the Edge of the Deep Green Sea, which is the Manchester one, the really shoegazy one. I kind of think he might want to, I know he loves playing it, maybe kind of give it a rest now. I think I've heard it enough times. But it is such a great track, though. I love the "Put Your Hands in the Sky" and the way the crowd elevates to it. It's a banger, and Wish is a banger overall. So number 7.
Okay, over to Jesse for number 7.
Okay, so number 7, I had to go with Japanese Whispers. Um, I actually associate a lot of this record living, me and my mom, we lived in Fort Collins, Colorado when I got the cassette for this, and so I really heavily associate this album and another one with this, with living there. There's basically the upstairs room and Lament and Love Cats, Just One Kiss. Those are all tracks that um I don't know. They kind of like they have that the darker feeling from this record, but for me it was like Let's Go to Bed was kind of hokey, and like Speak My Language, The Walk. I mean, you can't not have those tracks. Um yeah, this album just has like a lot of quirk, and it's definitely comes from like a really happier time in life, I guess, like younger teenage years. Um, it lands here in my list.
Okay. All right. Favorite absolute favorite song?
Favorite song, Lemaine, Just One Kiss, Upstairs Room,
All right.
all fantastic.
All right, Greg, over to you for number 7.
Number 7, appropriately enough, I'm going to with 17 seconds. And I'm going to probably echo a lot of what you said, Kevin, because I think you really nailed it. It's very austere. It's as clear as an Arctic glacier. As a new Cure fan, circa 1983, this was probably my initial favorite. Once I bought a few albums, this one I gravitated to right away. But as time has gone on, it feels just a slight bit less substantial to me than some of the other records from that period. Maybe it's just that it's a little more surface level. It's a little too sterile sounding, and maybe now I as an older listener, I want a little bit more depth and bottom from The Cure. Still, it's absolutely freaking brilliant, but I'm ranking it as low as 7, where 30 years ago I probably would have had it in the top 3, and that's the only reason why. There's nothing to criticize about it, but I would say that while the instrumentals are all really great, they do end up taking up a lot of time on what's already a pretty short album. I checked it. Without the instrumentals, it's like 28 minutes. And I feel like the relative paucity of top tier material is probably also why I'm maybe ranking it a little lower than some of the other albums from that era. I do love it though. I love the use of guitar arpeggios on Play for Today in Your House was so original at that time and proved super influential. In fact, that was probably one of my biggest guitar inspirations when I was doing my previous band, Hollow, was that the arpeggiated guitar in those songs. Just it really inspired me a lot musically. Also, the bass playing, the change of bass players was huge. I think the bass playing on that album is stellar. As far as other songs that I'm not going to pick, but I want to mention, obviously, if everyone's talking about a forest, it's grand and timeless. I'm just totally burned out on it. So I probably skip it most of the time just because I've heard it too much. But if I was, being objective, it's great. So yeah, overall, it's a pretty perfect album. I just love it a teeny bit less than some others. And the songs I'm going to pick are number 3, Play for Today. Number 2, the title track, 17 Seconds, which is heartbreakingly good. And number 1, In Your House, which some of his most interesting guitar work. So.
Nice, nice. Over to you, Kevin, number 7.
Whew, okay. Yeah, I remember hearing Bell Hollow and being like, wow, this guy's got a great Cure guitar tone. He's like, he does this so well. And then I heard that Frank was gonna be working with you. I was like, this is great. We're gonna have that sound. I love this, So anyway, yeah. So Frank alluded to like our origin story with the Cure. Burn, the Crow soundtrack, just absolutely amazing. It was kind of the door in. But at the same time, like Friday I'm in Love with the most recent single, and I was young and didn't like happy love songs, so I was like, which band is this? So I kind of took my time, and then a few years later, really cool older girlfriend, Kim Junta, She got me into a lot of great music. Dead Can Dance, Tom Waits, the list goes on. But Crane's The Cure was one of them, and the most recent album was Wild Mood Swings. And I went out and I got all the singles, and I loved the B-sides, and got the album. And anyway, that's what I have. It's weird. I almost ranked this album higher this time, but it might have been the contrarian in me, who's just tired of like years of accepted wisdom that this is not a good album. This album is phenomenal. It's actually amazing, in my opinion. And I'm really glad to hear a lot of the other opinions that have been shared about it so far today. So I'm just gonna get into my written comments on it now. If this feels like the closest thing we have to a Robert Smith solo album for some reason, and I think it's a really interesting melange of the sounds of the time, and this has been touched on by a few of you. Um, I've only noticed like recently that yeah, Return, which is I think one of the worst songs in the album, does have a kind of Britpop like wonky, like hear the brass horns blasting, and it's kind of fun in that way because I love Britpop and I love that moment, and it's like, oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, Club America is just such a strange track too, such a strange track period, total outlier on the Cure's entire body of work. But it's got that guitar squall of the late '90s, and I just love his lyrics in this album. Like I love in that song where he's like, your hair is such a carefully careless mess. It's clear you're really trying very hard to impress. There's lots of interesting like lines and just the way he kind of sets the scene. It's very like writerly how he sets the scene in that song. So I love that. Strange Attraction, and I remember you singling this song out for your distaste, Brett, last time. But I just love Strange Attraction. I can't help it. I love this song. It's got these sounds in it that remind me of the exact texture of the music video games that were contemporary at the time, like on the N64, like Mario 64. It's just got this doom 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 doom. Cha! Like, and I love the way he sings these lines. I love this whole like the line about smoking poetry. Dear started smoking poetry. She laughed in recognition of a favorite phrase. Or the line goes, "Can I use some of your lipstick?" It was perfect, so believable. Like I just love the whole journey the song goes on. I love both the lines and the way he delivers them. It's just a really fun song, a great hook. Strange attraction spreads its wings, alters but the smallest things. You never. All right, wait. I'm not gonna sing the whole song. It's for some reason I love this song. There's an increase of that nautical seashore, seaside aspect of the band that I love. And I don't know how it's something with all the percussion and what Jason's maybe bringing to the table here. And also those acoustic guitars. I love that kind of goes in at the end of the album with Bear and Treasure. It also goes in Jupiter Crash, and it's clearly evoked lyrically in Jupiter Crash. And that's something that I just really love in The Cure's music. So, though this and its successor have been fashionable albums to disparage for some time, there's a lot that's good about it. The lyrics, I think, are quite a bit more mature than in earlier works. I love his phrasing, even on an angry song like Trap. There's that line, I hate the way it's always the same, hate recrimination and blame, and you just wait for me to F up again. I'm sick of it all. I'm sick of it all. Just the venom with which he spits those words, and just like dropping a word like recrimination, by the way. Like he's always been so literary. It's like, thank you for using the word recrimination in a song, Robert. Anyway, Treasure and Bear just exquisite. They're inextricably linked. I remember a college roommate having a Treasure shirt. Really wonderful way to close the album. Beautiful and aching, and with a sense of inevitable parting. The touch of strings throughout the album on songs like these and on This Is a Lie give it a bit of sophistication. That's the sometimes cheesy sense of Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me just don't quite achieve. The real problem with the album is that there are two or three songs that really are some of their worst songs. Round and Round and Round and Round is just kind of terrible, and it comes right after Jupiter Crash, and and it's a '90s album, so there's this glue between the songs. They segue seamlessly into one another. And it's like you're just finishing Jupiter Crash. This is one of the greatest Cure songs of all time. And then, like as the wave is breaking and receding, you hear round and round and round and round, and here we go. And it's like, oh, like I'm always like stealing myself for what's about to happen next. Like I'm in my most open state, and then bam, round and round and round and round is gonna come out and get me. So it's like I get why I think that those bad moments overshadow the album as a whole for people. And as I said, there are bad songs on other albums too. So, yeah, I think it's just better. Yeah, Open did what Run and Round did better lyrically and so on. I also love the 13th. I think the 13th is so great. It's just I love the sound of the room and the clinking of the glasses and yeah, the kind of like you said, there's kind of like an internal voice and an external voice. There's this kind of dialogue that's happening. And the way it builds up to that "it feels good" chorus and he's kind of falling into something he probably should be resisting, but he just can't deny how good it feels, and I love the horns on that song. I think it's a really good use of them. I actually always liked Gone. Gone's kind of like doing the unstuck for me as well. It's another one of those songs where it's like, okay, like, yeah, you could sit around and just be in a bad mood all the time, but like you actually have to like fight against it. Like get out there. Like, today's only happening once. Like I kind of enjoy those motivational songs by The Cure, which I mentioned with Fight a bit. So yeah, I just love this album and this time around I just like I needed to get going and listening to other albums for this video and I just wanted to keep listening to Wild Mood Swings over and over and over again for some reason. So, number 3, I'm actually going to go, I can't believe it, but I'm going to go with Strange Attraction. Number 2, The 13th, which I just love. And number 1, Jupiter Crash is one of my favorite Cure songs of all time. I think it's so masterful. The way he lyrically creates this reflection of what's happening in this ephemeral connection he's having, this looked forward to hookup with what's going on out in the cosmos, and they're trying to see this event in the sky, and it's kind of what happens in the heavens is a bit of a disappointment. Their sexual chemistry or something is maybe a bit of a disappointment. Um, and the chords he uses, I remember on the old Cure website, he put up the tabs or whatever for it, and I learned how to play the song, and I've used those chords in half of the songs I've written since. I just love those kinds of chords and love that song, and it's one of the top Cure moments for me. It always has been. Wild Mood Swings.
All right.
Kevin, I was so busy focusing on that number straight 3 was your strange attraction and Brett's reaction to that. What was your number 2? I just missed it.
The 13th.
Oh yeah, okay,
13.
great. Okay.
13.
I
Yeah, I
just
was playing this the other day in the record shop where I work, and someone who like never heard it, like Bear was on there, like, "What is this? This is amazing." I'm like, "Yes, this is amazing," and people don't know, but this is The Cure. Go at least listen to Treasure and Bear. Like those are beautiful, amazing songs. Anyway, I'll shut up about it now.
I appreciated the discourse, Kevin. I must be in the minority because I do not mind round and round and round and that little
What?
swirling vocal thing that kind of kicks it in. I think it's a fun song. It's definitely not a favorite on there, but I like it a lot more than previously stated songs.
oh, okay. So that balances out the strange attraction karma, I guess, really.
Altars, but the smallest things.
All right, so number 7 for me. So I have a distinct memory of the first time I ever heard The Cure. So we're going to go back to 1984, Little League baseball field, Chicago. I had this coach, we were Cubs fans, not White Sox fans, and my coach on my Little League team would park his car on the outside of the outfield fence, and he'd leave the door open and he would blast music. Well, a side note, just to get back to the Cubs, is he had the Cubs logo shaved in the side of his head and it was painted red and blue, so it looked like the legitimate Cubs logo. The things you remember from childhood. Anyways, this distinct day, 1984, was the first time I heard both two of my favorite bands of all time. I didn't know it at the time because, I was, however old I was. Um, Sunday Bloody Sunday and The Caterpillar. I did not know it was The Cure or U2 at the time. A few years later, then I would hear The Caterpillar again, and it would be this wave of Cubs logo car, all that would come back to me of the time. And then hearing the drum intro to Sunday Bloody Sunday a few years later as well. Oh my God, there's that connection to my past there. And it just shows the power of music and how it just sticks with you so heavily. Um, the Caterpillar for me is such a beautifully emotional little song. It doesn't even seem possible to me that someone could have sat down and written it. It's so intricate and quirky, and there's all these little types of layers in there. And that little wordless vocal melody that's prevalent through the track. We all know it. Wonderful. Goosebumps for me. Um, on this out. Oh, so yeah, so we're talking about the top. Sorry. There we go. Sorry about that. Number seven for me is the top, 1984. Um, anyways, Andy Anderson's drum groove on Bird Mad Girl is so phenomenal. I was listening to this in the car yesterday, and it was the first time I like really acknowledged what about that song just really resonates with me so hard. And it's that when you hear that just those little cymbal splashes or whatever starts that song, and then it goes into just this hi-hat groove, and that groove is unlike any other Cure song to me. And it just I keep using the word groove, but it's like that song grooves hard. I love it. It's so satisfying. And while Give Me It is definitely not a favorite song of mine, the drumming on that is stellar. And just listening to it from a drum perspective, I think is really great. Number three for me, which Greg mentioned is was his number one. Number three for me is Wailing Wall. I love that song. Number two, Bird Mad Girl, and Caterpillar, number one. Number seven, The Top.
All right. So number six for me, I'm actually very glad that the kitty cat is here because it's going to be Japanese Whispers. And obviously the Love Cats reference. She jumped down. So, well, bye. We're not talking about you anymore. Okay, great. So Japanese Whispers from 1983. It's not an album outright, right? We talked about this already. We prefaced the video by saying this. When I got this, I got it as a Circuit City CD import that I then dubbed to Kevin, and it's always I had limited internet access. I didn't have it wasn't not everybody was connected, right? So does that have the weird gray sidebar there, Kevin? Yeah, yep, that's the same one. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So it just always felt like an album. It's sequenced like an album. It feels like an album, and it leaves off the worst track from the era, which is Mr. Pink Eyes, which is not a bad song necessarily, but it's the slightest of the tracks in this era. So the fact that they left it off intentionally tells me that they constructed this as an album. So to me, it's awesome. But that all said, what we've all mentioned, someone mentioned this before. It's a 180 after Pornography. You go from I must fight this sickness into do 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 do. Like what a total 180. I can see where either this grew their fan base so much, but it also bet everyone's like, what the hell happened? But I love how joyous this record is, but it still has a lot of that darkness. We already talked about Just One Kiss, which is infinitely better in the extended version, but it's still a great track. We talked about Lament. And even there's certain songs. This is also Robert Smith's first obsession with Christmas on a recording, I think. It's his favorite holiday, and he loves it. And Greg, you already mentioned this, but the run from the Flexi Pop Lament all the way through, including Japanese Whispers, The Top, The Glove, and Hyena, considering how many drugs Robert Smith was doing at this time, the fact that he even did any of these records is amazing. It's so impressive. The diversity of this material alone, and the diversity of this era alone, it's so good. The songwriting here is so good. The Walk is so great, and it's one of their best singles for my dollars are concerned. I will link to this maybe in the video, but our Harrow bandmate John and I did a fun cover of this back in the day for our Etsy talent show. That it's a good time. I love the dual nature of the jazzy stuff of Love Cats and Speak My Language, dabbling with the upright bass, getting Phil Thornalley in there, getting Andy Anderson as his first drumming in there, like we mentioned. But the synth pop stuff on here, it's really and the darker tracks make it seem like a progression to me. It's not that far off from. It's not as intense and pummeling as Pornography, but it's certainly got a lot of that. So anyway, my favorite three tracks, I think we've all talked about them already. The Upstairs Room, what a banger. I love just those little like Japanese and what is it? The sister started talking at a minute after 10. It's just the way he just spits it out, marbles in his mouth, but just spits it out fast. Love it. So good. The imagery on that song is great. Also, the imagery on Lament, which is my second favorite track. The ice cream murder. It's definitely a song about murder, in my opinion, and definitely talk about ice cream imagery and like dropped dreams and things like that. And then obviously my favorite is Just One Kiss, especially the extended, but I'm still gonna go with it as my number one pick with the album. And I want to say also that this is the biggest influence to the newest Harrow recording. Cinder Glow, our title track, I always have described as evil Japanese whispers. So this record does mean a lot to me, and even at number 6 is a major favorite.
Jesse, over to you for your number 6.
Okay, number 6. So I'm gonna have to go.
Just pull out a record that's not The Cure.
No. I just left one up that way I can
I was going to
cheat.
say, isn't that right behind you?
So yeah. So this album's like another short album. It's kind of a drug-induced nightmare for me. Um, this is the one album that honestly I'm surprised they were still a band after this album, especially after they toured it. It felt like they were all set up on stage very spaced out. They hated each other. It was just like kind of this angry album, and it's so dark. Um, 100 Years was like a song that, again, going back to living in Fort Collins, Colorado, I would open our front windows, I would like crank them out, and I would set speakers up, and like just I would play 100 Years as loud as our stereo would possibly go. And I think the neighbors hated us. I'm not even sure why I did this. Hanging Garden is another track where I think because of the video and the imagery, and at that time in high school, we actually read about the Hanging Garden um, as a historical event where, um, well, maybe not get into that. So it's A Strange Day and Cold, two other really great songs on here. This album is kind of one that gets in, gets out again. Um, I also love the cover, the way it's like with the faces you can't really tell, but they like really blurred it. And then the cassette is a slightly different image. And then again with the that 7-inch where it felt like it was a back cover. And find that guy where that guy where it's again same photo shoot, totally different image. Um yeah, everything about this album was really great. It could have been higher up. I even thought about putting it higher up, but this is one that kind of got bumped for another one you'll see in a bit. But favorite tracks on this are The Hanging Garden, A Strange Day, and Cold.
All right.
That's mine.
All right. Back over to you, Greg, for your number 6.
For number 6, I'm going to go with Wish, which is an album I love. It's their most romantic album, in my opinion. It's at number 6 here, but for most other bands, it would be in their top 2 or 3. So I'm not really criticizing it by putting it here. It's similar in a lot of ways to Disintegration, but if I was to try to, say anything critical, I'd say it's a little less focused and a touch less masterful, but it's still a fantastic record. As Frank noted, some of the songs like Cut and From the Edge of the Deep Green Sea really did nod pretty heavily to a lot of the then current music, like Ride and Curve, had those Manchester shuffle beats and kind of shoegazy production touches, but I think it really works. There's other times in the band's history where they've tried to do something contemporary and it doesn't always quite work, but I feel in this case it really did. And there's really not much else to say. I think it's a fantastic album. I love it. It rose a spot or two even because I just was like, wow, I forgot just how great this album was. So for my 3 song picks, number 3, To Wish Impossible Things. Love it. Gentle ballad, but it's just really classic. Number 2, Apart, which is another heartbreaking song. I just listen to it and it really gets me. And my favorite is From the Edge of the Deep Green Sea. It's one of their most epic tracks. So, yeah. Wish.
All right. Over to you, Kevin, number 6.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that It's this low through most of my adult life, definitely throughout my 20s. This was my favorite Cure album. And last time I made the video, it didn't come in number one, and I was mad at myself. And here I am ranking it this low. But it's maybe just losing a little bit of its appeal to me as I get older, but it's still an amazing album. It's the top. I really love this album. And I really appreciate Brett, you talking about Andy Anderson. I feel like a jerk saying this because he was only on like one album, but Andy Anderson is my favorite Cure drummer. And I just think he brings so much to this album. He's partly what makes this album as great as it is. And I read Law's book, Two Imaginary Boys, and I was kind of I don't I was disappointed with some of the history that came out and the way I feel like maybe he could have been in the band longer. But really just amazing. So this is the first album that I feel the top that where the Cure do their wild mood swings, psychedelic sprawl, like I said, which then they kind of refine and achieve greater commercial effect with over the course of the rest of the 80s with Head in the Door and Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me. But this album is just it's just got such an intensity to it and such a vision to it, and it's so compelling. It just pulls you along from song to song while exploring such a range of moods. Um, I think it's their most consistently underrated album. It seems, before the days of, whatever, talking crap about Wild Mood Swings or Bloodflowers or whatever. I feel like the top is just it's almost like it felt like a secret album almost when Frank and I got it in the 90s. Like you said, it was harder to get. We had to go to a different store to get it, and it had like a different spine, and it was an import. So it just had something kind of that made it feel a little more like we had to track down this strong stuff. It's powerful, maddening, manic, compelling, all over the place. Um, I appreciate again, Brett, what you said about the Caterpillar. Such a wonderful song, and their first of their acoustic strumming type pop song, which they've made so many wonderful ones since. Um, it just doesn't get enough love. Yeah, so number three for me, it's hard to pick three. I remember there was a Cure fan site called Stiff as Toys and Tall as Men, I think back in the 90s. So that was referenced from the Empty World. Not my favorite this time around. Banana Fish Bones, I'm going to put at number three, which I think references the opening story of J.D. Salinger's Nine Stories, Perfect Day for Banana Fish, which is quite a shocker. Number two, The Caterpillar. I love, love, love this version. And I also love the William Orbit, I think, remix. Or did he do In Between Days? There's a very like clattering electronic version of Mixed Up I love. And number one for me is Bird Mad Girl. Bird Mad Girl is one of my favorite Cure songs. I just love everything about it. Again, Brett, I think you kind of talked about it. You said it with the just the kind of opening splash, and then those little the loo, and the weird lyrics like, but it's impossible. He wants to be a polar bear. I don't even know what's going on in that song. And again, I feel like there's an allusion to Sylvia Plath, Mad Girl's love song or something in the title. But the way it breaks down, I try to think the sky goes red. I forget something in my head. Some of this, some of that, some of every word she said. Like it's just where he goes melodically, and it's just such an incredible, ridiculous pop song, and it's one of my favorite Cure songs. So yeah, and the top, I mean, the closing song is really again one of those really depressing, like leaving you in a mood kind of closing songs. But I couldn't fit it on the number three this time. But I love it. I love all the songs in this album. Give Me It sometimes annoys me. Sometimes I think it's amazing. I agree with you, Brett. A great, incredible drum performance. Okay, yeah, the top. That's it.
Nice. Number six for me, I guess I'm the person that's putting this album the lowest, highest, whatever you'd call it, on the list, but I'm going with The Head on the Door, um, which contains the UK hit single In Between Days, parentheses, Without You. 1985, the seventh album, The Way, thank you, the seventh album, the way we're ranking it. Um, the highs on this are so, so high. I mean, some of the greatest songs in the Cure canon. Um, the guitar solo on The Blood is just chef's kiss. It's so great, and it feels like it never takes a breath. It just keeps going. It's so great. The only song for me that I just don't like is, and I feel like everyone else has mentioned it, while the bass line is this kind of like catchy earworm-ish thing. It's of course Screw, so that's the low point on the album. Um, at times, sometimes six different ways doesn't resonate with me, and Close to Me I've heard a million times, so it's not, like my favorite song on there, but I still, when I hear it, it's always just great. Um, but my three favorites on this one, number three is In Between Days, um, A Night Like This, which is just the way that song kind of swells inward and builds up and then just kind of explodes. It's a real haunting song, and every time I hear it, it's just like, I don't know, it captures like I get this tinge of what I felt the first time that I heard it as a teenager, and it's great. My absolute favorite song in the album is Push. Strawberries and Cream, that line, Kevin, which I think you already quoted. Um, I love the Head on the Door. So that's my number six pick.
I will sandwich it with my number 5 pick,
All right.
which is the top. Well, at the top, it's I like Kevin said, we both defend this record. People never, even in their early canon, people don't really rate this record. It's psychedelic, it's druggy, those Middle Eastern influences. It's Cure by name only. I think it's only Robert Smith on this. No Simon Gallup, obviously. Andy Anderson's on it, but that's it. I think that's and Pearl plays sax on "Give Me It" and is not playing guitar on it. So it's pretty much a Robert Smith solo record. From the opening Thunder, the live favorite, and especially great live, Shake Dog Shake, the final bleak beckoning call to lost friends and lovers and bandmates, the title track, it's an intense and bleak record. I love it. So I understand, I've talked about this with Kevin over text. I know that The Head in the Door and The Top are sister records, right? They have the same kind of sprawl. They have the same sort of manic stuff going on. I get it. There's poppier moments all over The Head in the Door that make it the better record. But this is a more unified, interesting, cool record all around for me. And I'll see. Greg, maybe we talked about this too. Boris Williams elevates Head in the Door. Sure, Boris. But I love Andy Anderson, so there's no shade to Andy Anderson's drumming. He's fantastic. He's underrated. Like Kevin, you said, he should have been in the band longer. It was a bad incident that got him fired from the band. Not even his fault, I would say. So it's this unhinged record though, and that's why I like it. I like broken, unhinged things, as we'll talk about later with another favorite. Cool to have another Charlotte Sometimes reference. Empty World is also Stiffest Toys, Tallest Men is a Charlotte Sometimes reference. So that's cool. Not my favorite on here, but I just want to mention it. People hate dressing up, but I love how over dramatic it is, how silly it is, I love it. So favorite tracks, like Kevin, number 3 is Banana Fish Bones. It took me a long time to get used to the different speed. The record has the slow down version that was a mastering error, and the CD is faster. It's like, oh, this is faster. And that's how it's supposed to be, but I like both. I think Banana Fish Bones is a great song. The organ sounds, it's such a weird track. Second favorite, and it's really intense, is Piggy in the Mirror. The shirts in the drink like the way he sings it is so guttural in that way. Very brutal in that way. And then my favorite, like Kevin as well, Bird Mad Girl. Also referenced in Burn, which we'll talk about another time later, but I love that song. It's actually one of those songs that I love DJing, and it's like some people are like, it's kind of weird, I can't dance to it, but you totally can if you just know how to just kind of move, I guess. Anyway, Birdman Girl is fantastic. The Top's fantastic, except No Substitutes, number 5.
Right. Jesse, your number 5. Ooh.
Number 5. So this record is, I think this record has kind of everything I need. It's, you know what I mean? It's one of those records where it grows with you, and it depends on what day it is kind of going to define what your favorite track is. Like when I first started DJing publicly in clubs, like at Rips and Bikini, I swore up and down I would never play Just Like Heaven. And someone would walk up and say, "Can you play Just Like Heaven?" I'm like, "Yeah." And I would like love playing it, but I would totally hate it up until the needle dropped onto that record to play it. It's completely overplayed. You and I, we've talked about it. It's there's not a wedding. There's probably a wedding happening right now where it's being played. Probably,
Probably Strange Attraction too.
probably. But it is such a great song to hate. Also, do you know what I mean? It's kind of like I think Robert Smith describes Just Like Heaven and Freddie in Love as a double-edged sword. You're kind of damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't. Is what he said in an interview. I mean, when you get to it, yeah, there's a lot of tracks that you could really trim off of here that the B-sides would have been really good substitutes, like Hey You, when it was omitted because of running time, which is hilarious because it's only 2 minutes long. Um, uh, a lot of the songs you could deal without. Um, well, I don't even know. Hot,
You're
hot,
having a hard
hot,
time even picking them, so maybe we keep them
hot,
in.
hot, hot, and Why Can't I Be You were instantly like a favorite track, and then I got the record and I didn't even care about those tracks. They were not even in the running for me. I think All I Want, One More Time, The Perfect Girl, 1,000 Hours, Fight, which is actually a great song. Catch, Torture. I mean, I could pretty much just go around and just if you just got rid of a couple songs and then substituted them with like Chain of Flowers or Breathe.
Hmm. Like an animal.
Snow in Summer. There were so many great B-sides for this, but if I had to be really pressed to pick 3 tracks from this record that I can't live without, I would say How Beautiful You Are, The Perfect Girl, and All I Want are just perfect.
All
That's
right.
mine.
I'm forever gonna think of like an animal is all I want now.
You're welcome. I'm
I
so glad
almost
you brought up a
Frank
perfect
has
girl
the
too.
7 inch ready to roll at all
We,
times.
we covered this. We covered Mouth to Mouth off the Like an Animal
I
soundtrack, Greg and
nailed
I.
it. I'm like
You
forever proud of
love,
you for
you
doing that.
love, I love the
So
glove.
good. Yeah.
So let's go over to Greg. Brett, your number 5, top 5.
Um, so I'm pretty sure that I'm the only person who picked this remotely as high. But I'm going for songs for a Lost World at number 5. I absolutely 100% adore this album. It single-handedly reunited my love for The Cure and got me. It was like perfect timing with this video because it just got me completely fascinated with them all over again. Um, Robert Smith's ruminations on aging and mortality just hit perfectly for me. It's the exact Cure album that at my age right now I wanted and needed. It just spoke to me so perfectly. From the first notes of Alone, it just was like, wow, vintage Cure. The drums sound immense, the bass is thick as granite, the synths in times recalled Faith to me. Just total grandeur. Every song I think is great. I love every song on the record. I know, Frank, I think you mentioned the production. I maybe, everyone's ears are a little different. For me, the production on this album is perfect. Like it's crystal clear, but it's also massive, full of atmosphere and texture. I just love the sound of the album. I really appreciate the relative brevity. There's like no fat on it. I mean, I grew up with those earlier albums, and I felt like some of the albums I ranked really low on my list. Part of the reason too is because they have so much bloat. I don't like listening to hour and a half long albums. I want like 40-50 minutes tops, and that's something I really appreciated about this record. I love Reeves Gabrel's emotive guitar work on it. It kind of sometimes felt almost like Neil Young and Crazy Horse at their most epic, and I really love that. I really like what he brings to the table on an actual album finally. Um, I could probably go on about it, but I'll just say, I mean, I liked it more and more each time I listened to it. It kept rising in my list here, and finally I was like, well, it's at 5, so let it be. Um, but I love it, and my number one album of the year, and obviously one of my favorite Cure albums now in their discography. As far as the 3 songs, number 3, I Can Never Say Goodbye. I find the piano sublime. I just can't get enough of it. Number 2, Alone. You guys talked about that song. It's gorgeous. It's a great single. And I do want to talk a little bit about End Song because that song, it's become, I would say it's now in my top 10 Cure songs of all time, maybe top 5. It made me weep the first time I listened to it. Next year, I'm going to join Robert in the 60 something club. And 99 days out of 100, I'm totally cool with that and fine. But there's that one moment, every once in a while where you really feel like your age and you feel like, wow, you look back on your childhood, whatever. And just that song just, yeah, I'm getting choked up just thinking about it. The first time I heard it, as I'm listening to him sing the lyrics, tears just rolling down my face. And a couple of times after that, I cannot remember the first time. I'm sorry, I cannot remember the last time a new song made me cry. I just love it so much. The lyrics just hit me so hard. And musically, the drums, the synths, the guitars are all top tier. Makes me feel like I'm floating in a cloud above a dark, roiling ocean, and I'm just moving on. And yeah, the song is just killer, and I don't think it's just the hype. I feel like for me, this album just, it's very personal to me. So yeah, and Songs for the Lost World at 5.
Well said, Greg. You make me regret putting it where I did, not placing it higher.
Ditto, and thank you for mentioning Reeves Gabrels too, by the way. I wanted to show some love for him. I love Bowie, and we all do. Yeah. Well
And
said.
one last thing. I saw a few reviews a few fans saying that like they didn't like what he was doing on this album, or it had too much classic rock or whatever. I just think that's not the case at all. I think his guitar work on the album is really stellar. So
We've talked about so much wah-wah pedal and all the other records, and there's nothing. And he's not playing with the vibrator or something. Whatever he does on Earthling, he's not doing that. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Well said, Greg. Really enjoyed that. Kevin, we're over to you for number 5.
Yeah, okay. I really enjoyed hearing your personal connection with the album as well, Greg. I'm gonna use it as a segue. When I got the new Songs of a Lost World booklet, I opened it up and I was so glad to see a John Keats quote. He wrote this epigram, and when I feel, fair creature of an hour, that I shall never look upon thee more, never have relish in the fairy power of unreflecting love, then on the shore of the wide world I stand alone, and think till love and fame to nothingness do sink. And then I was revisiting the album I'm about to mention and noticed that there was a Percy Shelley quote in the liner notes. At the he has this passage: "We look before and after, and pine for what is not. Our sincerest laughter with some pain is fraught. Our sweetest songs are those that tell of saddest thought." There's just something when Robert Smith reconnects with his love of the Romantic poets that I think infuses their music with this special romantic power that we actually need more of in our contemporary existence. So, without further ado, it's Wish. Love, love, love this album, Wish. It's kind of crept up there over the years for me. It's an album I always liked a lot, but never thought of as like my favorite Cure album, just kind of somewhere in the middle. I think like Frank talking about it more over the years kind of made me think like, oh, maybe I need to spend. Then I got into Ride and stuff like that, and I totally heard like, oh wow, these songs I've really loved, like Cut and stuff for a long time, are totally in this shoegaze world. And that's really cool. Like you said, Brett, I think, or no, I think maybe Greg, you said this, where it's like sometimes doing what's kind of going on in the music scene doesn't quite work for them, but in this case, it definitely did. Yeah, when Jesse, you were talking about seeing the Cure back on the Bloodflowers tour. That was Frank and I's first time seeing them, and yeah, seeing From the Edge of the Deep Green Sea live was just like so awesome. We were like so thrilled for that. That was like a major highlight. I've just always loved the entire sprawl of this album. It really contains a variety of moods, but it feels more consistent in a way. Like it's not a sprawling album like Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me is, or The Top, where it's different styles and different moods. Wish kind of like has a certain sound that it carries through the whole album. But yeah, it's got happy, it's got romantic, it's got angry, it's got sad, it's got like just terribly hungover. It's like got a number of different vibes. I just love like to me it's like it feels like just like going in the ocean and just like smashing your face into like the froth of waves. Like it's just once you start this album and the instruments start trickling in and then that bass line starts going on open where it's like doom 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 Boris, like it just gets you in this groove, and then the guitars come, it's just like it just starts swinging you around, and it's just this like incredible bath of sounds. And I just love like when I put on Wish, just like again, I like love to listen to this one in the car, just turn the volume up and just like surrender to it, and just all the scuzzy guitars going all over the place. It's just such like a wild ride. But still has really powerful, melancholic, uh, beautiful melodic moments like Alone and Trust. Um, so yeah, for me, the top three songs on this album, at this time, it's really hard to pick three from this album. Um, Open, number three, again, because it's just the introduction to this album, and it's just and I just love that there's a song about just kind of like, oh, okay, you have to go do this thing, you have to meet, you have to do some socializing, okay, just a couple people. Next thing um, the night's gone on far too long. You're like totally like socially exhausted. Maybe you're overstimulated and you need some introvert time. You have had too many drinks and you're gonna regret it the next day. You're gonna pay for it for the next 2 days. And then there's that line, and the way the rain comes down hard, it's the way I feel inside. I love that line. I believe that's a literary allusion. I'll let Frank speak to that later. But and yeah, I'm someone who's been sober for 7 years. Songs like Open just remind you why you're sober. It's just a great intro to the album. Anyway, Two from the Edge of the Deep Green Sea. Just like there's a side of The Cure that's like kind of epic, like imagine it's a world of imagination and fantasy, and again, this kind of the moors of England and the gothic melodrama. And this is not really a gothic feeling song, but there is something about I can never figure out exactly what's happening in this song, but it's like a very like moving story that my imagination tries to follow, and musically it just goes on and just builds in intensity, and it's got so many great parts. So I love that. But my favorite song on the album is one of its more fragile moments. It's "To Wish Impossible Things," which I think is just one of the most beautiful things he's ever written. And I really love the performance on, is it cello or violin? I tried to look up the credit. Yeah, viola. Kate Wilkinson for the viola on "To Wish Impossible Things." Beautiful the way those things, the kind of the texture of the guitar in that song, and the way the viola goes through it, and again it has some of that seaside feeling, misty feeling, and just the longing and the pining in his voice, which he kind of references in the Shelley epigram, wishing for things you know you can't have. It's just such a beautiful song. So very moving piece of music. So that's Wish.
I'll since I already talked about Wish, and you called me out to talk about it. It's Sylvia Plath who does that line.
Right, I thought that's what it was. Cool, thank
Yeah.
you.
Kevin, did you do three songs? Was it Open, To Wish Impossible Things? What was the other one?
From the Edge of the Deep Green Sea
Oh,
was the other
sorry.
one.
Sorry.
No worries.
All right, so that's over to me for my number five. I'm going with Faith in my number five spot. The third album, 1981. I mean, some of these records, it's always I've always been fascinated since I was a kid. I talk about this a lot of how perfect, how perfect some album covers are to encapsulate the sound of the music that's contained inside. And when you think of 17 Seconds or Faith or Disintegration or Wish, like they just seem perfect. Like the cover, obviously we have hindsight of, we've experienced them at the same time we heard them, but still the sound of Faith is the sound of that cover. We talked, I think it was in the trivia in the beginning, and I think Greg, I think you might have said Doubt was this one song if you had to pick to remove. And while I like Doubt as an individual song, it has always been the weak spot on the album for me. I mean, oh my God, like, I mean, imagine if Charlotte Sometimes was on Faith and not a non-album single. Would it fit? I mean, it's from the same era sonically, but would it fit in the track listing? Maybe not, but it still would have been pretty incredible, and it would have elevated it. But anyways, for Faith, for me, my three favorites. The number three is the title track, Faith. Second, The Drowning Man, which is a phenomenal track, and my absolute favorite, it'll never change from this album, is The Funeral Party. Just an epic, epic song. Faith, number five.
Gotta have it. Number four. This is the lowest placement of this record, I guess. Maybe we'll see whatever else number four is. We got Disintegration. I have this cool single picture disc version, which is kind of neat. Thanks to my previous bandmate Barrett for giving this to me, and I've always kept it. It's kind of special to still have it. And then the reissue. So Disintegration. Every time I think about this album, I forget just how good it is. And the contrarian in me wants to knock it down lower. I'm like, the hell with this album, right? But then I put it on. I'm like, no, just stop. Put your bitching. It's so good. But I worry that surely it hasn't lost any of its luster, and it still hits me the same way. I'm dead wrong about it whenever I want to rank it here, and I just don't often grab for it, So it's just you have to live in this world for an hour, and it's long. It's a long record. It's one of the longest, right? So you have to really live in this space. The opening chimes on Plain Song, and just the way it just overwhelms you with beauty and majesty. And the sullen closing, the sweet vibes of Untitled with those like almost accordion like synths on it. It's a real journey, and you have to really buckle up for it. Maybe Love Song I'm a little sick of, but I put it at a wedding recently. Shout out to Anna if you're watching this. It was great to hear it at a wedding dance floor and have everybody kind of in a little circle doing that for it. Lullaby I'm a little tired of sometimes, but Fascination Street and Pictures of You are awesome singles. They're forever favorites. The bass line of Fascination Street was one of the first I ever learned how to play. And and Pictures of You is just beauty and majesty in losing some memory and losing these memories, and they're only just burnt away in some frail picture that's kind of got just been lost in a fire or something. This feels like that kind of wistfulness to me. The deep cuts in this record, good God, nothing makes me weep more than Homesick, and Close Down hits me with such beauty and awe, the same way Plain Song does, and that's a super fun one to play too. The one thing I'll say, and I think Kevin mentioned this before a little bit, like hinted at it, but here we are talking about it, is the remixes for Mixed Up, especially in regards to Fascination Street and Lullaby, I find to be awesome. I understand why they have to be short on here. I understand they fit more in the mood of the album, but the remixes kick ass. Especially the opening, the shiver to the Lullaby mix, and the way that, oh God, I had mixed up with my first Cure CD. So hearing that bombastic, wild take on Fascination Street that was 8 minutes long and just roars the whole time, and has those synth lines that were only put in there for the remix, but they still play them. They still play, you get those little melodies are so good, the way it expands on the song. So it takes like a really good bass and just makes it all the better for me. So that's what I gotta say about it. So favorite three songs. This was impossible, and Fascination Street isn't even one of them. Last Dance, the Christmas, another Christmas song. It is by far their saddest track to me. Like that song makes me weep. Last Dance, good God, I'm kind of getting choked up thinking about it right now. Number two, Prayers for Rain. It is a wild, brutal song, and just the way he sings it live on Treat or on even now, it just lets it howl, and you can just hear like the eye of the storm happening there. And speaking of the eye of the storm, number one track is the title track, which is oh God, it still kicks my ass. It still really just blows my mind how intense that track is, and how it takes you through these memories, and the sped up. I think we talked about this in the Smith video, Brett. The same sped up like beep, beep, chance for everyone. It's like this really like weird like pitch shifted up version. The same thing that Big Mouth Strikes Again does. And the way just the shattering glass and the bass line, which is reused on end, but just oh god, I'm gonna stop talking about it because I can't do it justice. It's not my favorite Cure record, but I understand if it is yours, and I will never take that away from anybody.
Jesse, you're number 4.
Okay. For number 4, I'm gonna go with Faith. This is another one where I think my brother like didn't buy lunch or something for like a week, and I think we paid $4.50 for this. It's got the little spine cut out notch, and it was sealed, but it was like $4.50 when I got it. I love it. I mean, it's actually a blurred out church. That's what that is. It's like, the imagery is so good, and it's like the back with the gray. At the time that I got this, I had adopted an all gray kitten, and obviously all cats are gray became a favorite. I actually named the kitten Charlotte after Charlotte Sometimes, which was like my favorite song. This album is so like kind of dreary, like rainy day, sparse. It's kind of got like an ambience of being in a room full of smoke or something, like from a fog machine. Other voices, The Drowning Man and then Funeral Party are just fantastic. I don't think I have anything bad to say about this album at all. I'm actually surprised it's landed here in my list, but if I had to put it somewhere, I'd put it here because there's other albums that I would just rank where they have just as much, if not more, for me on them. So, but yeah, this album is definitely an album that kind of takes me back to like the cats that I had and living in a smaller town, I guess. So actually even like the texture of like the drums kind of have a drum machine feel, almost like 17 seconds. That snare is it's got that reverb on it, I guess, like the
Top 3 songs?
top three songs are All Cats Are Gray, The Funeral Party, and Other Voices.
Cool. Good choices. All
Yeah.
right, Greg, you were number 4.
Number 4, I'm going with Pornography, which is a former favorite album. I think probably for like the second half of the 80s, that was probably what I would have considered my favorite album by them. And it's still a classic. It's, as other people who picked it have said, it's dense, it's dark, it's despairing. For just a trio, the sound is wonderfully ponderous and immersive. It just has this, immersive feel. Great guitar playing. I think some of his most interesting guitar playing, like the bend he does on 100 Years, is just fantastic. I think above all, it has Robert's best lyrics. I'm usually not, as Frank will tell you, I'm not a lyrics guy. I don't usually focus on them, but this album, the lyrics are just stupendous and they really stick with me. I mean, just some of these, like catching halos on the moon gives my hands the shape of angels. That is just pure poetry. I mean, sound like a tiger thrashing in the water. I will never be clean again. These are lines that are just burned into my consciousness. I mean, he's done great lyrics before and after, but I don't think he'll ever top Pornography as like a lyrical masterpiece. It also is my favorite Cure cover art. I think the cover art is just monumental. It's just indelible. You just see it, and it's like Brett, you were saying about how albums have reflect the mood of the music, and I feel like the cover of Pornography fits that as well, just like with Faith, as you had mentioned. So I love this album. I mean, it's at number 4, but it could easily be number 3 or number 2. As far as the 3 songs, number 3, I'm going to pick the Figurehead killer song. Number 2, Siamese Twins. Fantastic bass playing by Steven Severin, actually from the Banshees, plays bass on that, and he did an early version of it. He had something to do with it.
That ballet version of it that's out there.
Absolutely.
That's what it was
Anyway,
after. Actually, it was after pornography too.
okay, then I'm going to give credit to Simon because it's I think it's one of the best bass lines in their catalog. And then number one is The Hanging Garden, which is the first Cure song I ever heard. And I looked it up in April 1982 on WNYU's New Afternoon show. That song came in with those drums, and it made me an instant fan. I was like, "Whoa, what is that?" And that was the first record I actually bought by The Cure, was this single, because I loved the song so much. And it took me about six months or something to get around to buying an album, but that song made me a fan, so I'm going to always pick it first. And I think it's also worth noting that that song to me is an iconic example of tribal post-punk. I mean, the drums are just fire, and they influenced, I mean, call it post-punk, call it goth, whatever. There was a lot of bands that came after Pornography that adopted that tribal drum style, whether it's Sex Gang or the Cult on Dreamtime and the Death Cult stuff and a bunch of others. So I think I'm assuming that's Lal on there, and so I got to give him credit for it. He really came up with a very inspirational, influential drum sound on that song. So
Nice. Kevin, you're number four.
I also have faith, which sometimes would go even higher for me. These top few Cure albums move around, but I also just want to say, everyone, agree with everyone. This perfect monochrome gray abstract cover is just the perfect cover for this album. Weirdly, you know how when you see something a certain way, you can't unsee it for a long time. So this is clearly a drawing of a church, which ties into the idea and the name's about faith. I always saw an alien's head crashing into the ground, and this is the grass in the foreground, and we have like a half view of his face. And that just always worked for me for some reason, and maybe like the feeling of alienation or something. Anyway, this album, 17 Seconds, Faith and Pornography, all three of those albums, they all have their own unique sound, and they're all so good. They're such strong albums for a band that's so young. Um, and to be able to make such a different sounding album that in each one, uh, Faith and Pornography, 8 tracks, it's just amazing. So I said this is an early masterpiece. It has a sound all its own. The thickness of the combined basses and the supremely good bass hooks that are on it. I mean, other voices, dun 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 dun. It's great. It opens up with the Holy Hour, dun 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 dun. And then that gong gong, and then the second track, Primary, you're still bringing some of that punk energy, but it's post-punk, right? Because it's bass driven and doom 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 doom. It's just amazing how much this is like a bass album. And one of the things I like about Songs of a Lost World is how heavy the bass is and how it kind of goes back. It kind of calls back to Faith in a way for me. um, love All Cats Are Gray. Love the Funeral Party. The whole album is amazing. Even though it is kind of a bleak album, it's kind of, depressive and there's something it's endlessly comforting to me. It's endlessly captivating. And I find like a little bit of joy in some songs. Like The Funeral Party for me, Brett. I don't know. I've always gotten it just puts a smile on my face. I always kind of go to like this weird anti-gravity place. Like there's almost like a self-awareness of like, yeah, about how morbid they're being, or like, oh, like life is just, you're just turning into all these people dying, and you're just like, what can you do at some point but just kind of laugh at it? Or I don't know. It's curious the way that song is always affected me. I agree. Doubt is definitely the weakest song on the album. But it serves its place in terms of the overall track listing. And as a quick like get the vent the spleen kind of moment, it segues perfectly into the shimmering atmosphere of The Drowning Man, which is one of their best songs ever. It's so, so good. And I know it's one of a few times he referenced the Gormenghast series of books, which I've still never managed to read the entirety of, though I bought it like 20 something years ago because of Robert Smith. But The Drowning Man is just like, it's got such the chords that are used in that and the way they go down and the tone on the guitar and the backing vocals kind of making those like, ah, kind of sounds so ghostly, so haunting. this is like a song I've listened to a gazillion times, and I never get tired of it. Every time I put on The Drowning Man, I'm like just completely captivated by it, and I'm just totally immersed in it, and it takes me to that again, that whole kind of gothic imagination world, which I love. And Faith, the final song is just such an anthemic statement, and those descending bass lines, and the moment lost forever in a happy crowd. Yeah, there's just these moments in the song that are just they're so affecting. You feel like an epic sense of aloneness. Um, it's really a powerful statement. So anyway, my three favorites would be Other Voices at number three. Number two, I'm gonna go with The Drowning Man, although it's hard not to put it at number one. And number one, Faith. It's just when that song ends, you're just in a different place, and you just kind of have to, you don't put on anything on after Faith. You don't just move on to the next thing. You sit for a while and let the album sink in.
Well said. Number four for me, this is an album I grow more and more fond of over the years, and that is 17 Seconds, the second album from 1980. We already talked about going from Three Imaginary Boys to this was like a pretty big 180. Um, I wouldn't replace any song on this, even the instrumentals and it's Kevin, I think you mentioned, was it you were talking about secrets? Like just the really low mixed vocals on that are super intriguing. A reflection, that opening track. Dun, 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 dun. It's just so cool. Um, what was I gonna say? Um, Oh, anyways, I'll just dig into it. Third favorite track on this one is the title track, 17 Seconds. My second favorite is At Night with that do 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 that just sludgy bass on that one. Um, but my actual favorite track on this one, and it's interesting because I have to admit that it wasn't until I heard the the new mix of it that Robert Smith did on that Torn Down remix album of the song M. That's what really opened that track up for me. And in hindsight, it's now become my favorite track on the album,
Hmm.
which is fascinating. But I love that new mix that he had did whenever that came out, 2018 or whatever it was. But yeah, for me, number four these days is 17 Seconds, and I'm positive when I did the ranking 2 years ago and maybe the one I did 10, 12 years ago, this was much further down on my list. But for right now, number four, 17 Seconds hitting me right now.
Guess what? I'm gonna blow everybody's mind. This was normally my ride or die, my number three this time.
Get out.
Yeah, I know, dudes. And I actually made a game change decision hearing you all talk about Faith. We'll talk about that in a minute, but I'm going to talk about 17 Seconds because you've just resold me on Faith, you guys. But really, despite regularly defending any of their other albums we've talked about already, this has been my favorite Cure record for a very long time, and it still many days is. At this point, you can change all three of these, and it's going to be the right answer. It vastly improves in the debut, like we've all said. It leans hard into the minimalism and the bleakness. I think he already played in the Banshees at this point, so that kind of took like Join Hands influenced this, even though Join Hands is not my favorite record of theirs. But this is improves upon the whole formula. Play for Today, such a banger. A Forest is top tier, quintessential, long drawn out. I love when they play 20-minute versions of that track. The keyboard, it's the only record with Matthew Hartley. We didn't talk about Matt. No one's mentioned Matthew Hartley, who did not stick with the band long, but did play some really great keyboard lines on this record. Simon Gallup being the first, his live bass line. I mean, I like Michael Dempsey. I have an Associates record here. I think he was a great bass player. He was a little too busy for what the Cure wanted to be. So 17 Seconds really, it helps. And what I do love about this record is how broken it is, and how like from a reflection being like over like the guitar tones are just really like high in the mix to the unintelligible menace of three. Like you don't know what he's doing and you don't know what he's saying. And I don't think he knows what he's saying. And I love 3 so much, and it's become a live staple. As it's called Forever. No one's really talked about that yet. Maybe someone will a little later. Forever and 3 are the same track, but the tape runs out on a final sound, which I love as a mistake. I think a final sound was supposed to be longer, and it bleeds right into the moody intro of a forest. And then some of the catchiest moments. M is great. M is, it's not in my top 3, but I love M. So my top 3 tracks. Number 3 is 17 Seconds, the title track. It's really just that simple minimalistic drum beat kills me, and just the way it just jangles on. It's like the slowest, dirgiest jangle song I've ever heard in my life. Secrets we've already talked about a lot, and how it's the whispery through the pines kind of thing. It's almost like Twin Peaksy in that way. And my favorite track, and one of their best live moments they should play at every show, is At Night, which is based on a Franz Kafka, my favorite author story. I love his work. I love that he name checks them with this song. And I got to mention too, the first time I ever heard 17 Seconds tracks was on Paris, which is the Wish band ripping these songs a new a-hole. And how At Night that was the first time I heard At Night, and it actually, I love the minimalism in this, but I also love those lush Paris versions of some of the tracks we're going to talk about. This and Pornography tracks. I see it on your wall there, Brent. Awesome. Anyway, so yeah, 17 Seconds. I can't believe it's 3. I kind of regret that now, because talking about it again made me realize it's so good. 17 Seconds.
All right, Jesse, you're number 3.
Okay, so I'm also gonna go with 17 Seconds.
Jesse, that was your number 1 last time.
Was it?
This was my number 1 last time, yeah.
Oh, mix up here.
So when I spend a lot of time with a certain record, and I get really kind of caught up in nostalgia, I guess. This album does it for me as far as like nostalgia goes, but the other albums you'll see later. Yeah, I felt this is kind of slid back, but it should be number 1 because of the last year's tour, and they did songs like At Night and In Your House, which are like 2 of my favorite tracks from this album. Play for Today is another one that was like an instant favorite. The first time I heard this album, Play for Today, was probably my favorite album. With that being said, A Forest is probably just like a favorite, where it's one of those tracks just like Heaven, where it's kind of like whipped to death. It's everyone plays it, everyone knows it, which is probably why they're great. So it's kind of hard to hate on them. Like, yeah, last night I was doing an all cure. I DJ'd an entire set of 1 track from every album, and I went with the Standing on a Beach version of A Forest, which omits the keyboard part that leads in. I know it's kind of hard to choose, like, where this should go. I'm gonna put it here for now. But yeah, favorite songs, At Night, and In Your House are definitely my favorites off of here. I do also love the cover again, where it's just like blurred. So,
Right on.
yeah.
Number 3, Greg.
I'm going to go with Japanese Whispers at number 3. Since we are considering this as an album, and I really am buying into it now with what you said, Frank, about how it's sequenced. I never thought of it that way back in the day, but thinking of it now, it does hold together as an album, and I have to admit, I love it. I mean, I had to put it up pretty high. You guys all talked about this album, so I don't want to like repeat everything you said, because a lot of what you said I agree with. I will say that I generally go for the more epic, atmospheric Cure rather than, say, the pop Cure. But that said, this is the pop Cure that I love the best. If you're going to say, what is the poppy stuff by the Cure that you really like? It's this stuff. I really like how, they use the jazzy piano on Love Cats and Speak My Language. And then they have that sequence of songs that are basically just the closest they've come to just pure synth pop, like Let's Go to Bed, The Walk, The Upstairs Room. And those are really some of the best synth pop of that period. I mean, I'd rank those songs right up there with like Tom Stolby, Golden Age of Wireless, or whatever Depeche Mode or Soft Cell were doing at that time. They're just great songs. Um, and everything else I wanted to say about it, you guys have already said. I will talk about my three songs though. Number three, Lament, beautiful and mysterious. You guys all mentioned that. I love that song. Number two, the Love Cats. Sometimes Robert's whimsical side works better than others, but that song has always worked perfectly for me. I just loved the song as soon as it came out, and I've never got tired of it. I still think it's so charming. And I associate that song with a certain period of my life. Like a few months after it came out is when I started. I just started going to college, and I started going into Manhattan and going to clubs and going to concerts. And we'd always see the video for Love Cats like at Danceteria on the video screens. And I think of that song and I think of the video and I think of like all of a sudden being of an age to immerse myself in nightlife. And the song that just makes me happy. And I love the video too because that's like that look he had in that video was so iconic. I think I've told Frank this. I think I showed you guys a picture. I try really hard to imitate his look in that with the black shirt and the string of pearls and the black dress jacket. I just love the way he looked in that video. So that's number two. And number one, Just One Kiss is my all-time favorite Cure song. It's I adore that song. It's so bittersweet. It continues a bit of the tribal drums of Pornography, but it adds like the swirling, more melodic guitar. Um, it's just a great song. It's my favorite. So yeah.
Right on. Kevin, number three.
Just loved hearing that Just One Kiss love. Okay, number three. Last time we made this video, it was my number one. And it is Pornography, which is an absolute masterpiece of an album. I'm glad that Frank just brought up Paris. I got my car fixed or something once. It's funny here. I have it here. And
Oh
Paris
yeah.
was in my CD when I picked it up. And so I never like I just have it like in the sleeve. I just inherited it mysteriously. And I wound up hearing some of this material like Figurehead and some of the early material. I heard him off Paris before I heard the albums. Anyway, um, Pornography, unmatched for its intensity, negative emotions and exhausting experiences distilled down to something of undiluted power. The hard-hitting drums we talked about, Lal Tolhurst, and the bass lines, the gut-scraping vocal performances, the maddening guitar. Jesse, I'm trying to imagine 100 years being blasted outside. It's like that guitar line, like when I get a headache almost every time I listen to 100 Years. Like it's I just have to welcome it. Like okay, I'm choosing to put this album on. I'm going here. Obviously, I'm not in a very good mood right now. This is going to be cathartic, Uh this album is a claustrophobic nightmare. I think someone else said it's like a drug-induced nightmare. It somehow
Mhm.
winds up feeling so cathartic every time. It's a very cathartic album for me. With it, the early Cure peaked, and a new version of and new vision for the band had to emerge. And we just got stuff like Japanese Whispers in the top, which is great. Because living in this kind of art was unsustainable. While I think it's an absolute masterpiece and I love every song on it, I enjoy the greater range of emotions and experiences, as well as just the sheer joy and romance that The Cure went on to explore and express. And so this can't rank as a number one for me in good conscience, though I respect it on anyone else's. Um, and yeah, eight track album, perfect. Like just the right length. Love the symmetry of four tracks to each side. And there's not a single moment you would trim out of this album. There's nothing to trim. It's perfect. It's amazing. Um, Hard to pick three favorite songs. Oh, I also wanted to say I keep on talking about Just Like Heaven as being the keynote for the seaside stuff, but A Strange Day has a lot of seaside imagery.
Mhm.
So maybe that would be the first song. And I love, love, love A Strange Day. I wanted to have it with me for tonight, but I couldn't grab it in time. I have this cool indie comic called A Strange Day that shows these two, teenagers going to like a media play and getting wild mood swings the day it comes out and kicking off a romance. And it's a cute thing. Anyway, Top three. Number three is Cold. Amazing. I think Frank and I used to imitate the crap out of this song when we were, kids trying to make music with like the do 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 do.
Was that Honey Hive? Honey Hive or whatever that is? Yeah.
What?
Was that Honey Hive that we did that has
Oh
that?
yeah, Honey Hive was a total ripoff of
Yeah,
Cold. You're right.
100%, 100%. We ripped that off so bad.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so Cold, I love the figurehead, just an incredible song. It's so emotional. The bass line is so good. The moments where they kind of goes to these bridge sections. And my favorite song has always been Siamese Twins. It's just such an amazing cathartic song. It's just the lyrics. You're talking about the lyrics, Greg. There's just images, like imagery in that song, and there's just such like a level of disgust and hatred. It's like self-disgust. It's disgust and hatred for people that you've been in relationships with. It's just like it's so intense, and it's and just the way it barely can move along. It's so heavy with its own contempt for the world that it can barely like move. Like there's a heaviness as like you can feel like like as the bass and drums move to the song. That's just like it's not. I don't think it's replicated anywhere else in their catalog. So Pornography, total masterpiece. Number three.
Number three for me is also Pornography, the fourth album, 1982. I'm gonna just get right down to it because Kevin went at it there. My third favorite track is A Strange Day. I had a friend had lent me their dubbed cassette, I think, of Pornography, and I would listen to Strange Day. That was the standout for me back then. Listen to that one over and over again. I love it took a little while for it to get into its main kind of, section. Amazing song. Number two for me is 100 Years. What an incredible opening track. The bending guitar line in the beginning. But my absolute favorite one, and I do love the version on Paris as well that you brought up, Kevin. My number one favorite, and it'll always be my number one favorite, is the figurehead. It's just such a slow burn, and there's that one moment in that song where the chord progression shifts and it gets really searing sounding and it's just chilling. The second the song starts, I'm just waiting and anticipating for that moment. And it's like the favorite part on the whole album for that is that when it hits that shift right there. But yeah, that's number three for Pornography.
Okay. So which one will it be? Number two for me is going to be, I'm going to show this because this is the coolest. This is the version I heard. Jesse, you have it behind you. It can be Faith, by the way. This is how I found this record first. I don't think I had 17 Seconds or Faith until I bought this. Happily Ever After. I love this cover. Anyway, so it's Faith, 1981, and the reason why you guys reminded me about it liking it more is because I had my romance with 17 Seconds for so many years, but Faith is why I play music. Faith to me has been one of the most inspirational records for bass playing, for synth playing. I own the RS-09 synth, which is the string synth that's used on Carnage Visors, Funeral Party. It's all over The Cure. It's on 100 Years on the demo, by the way. We'll get to that another time. So it's just we've talked about it already. It's powerful. It's dreary. Shades of gray. Church bells clang in the distance that light into the cover for the Holy Hour. Six-string bass. We don't talk. It's the first instance of six-string bass on their records, which is an important part of their sound that has been, through and including their new record and Wish and all that and Disintegration. It's a keystone Cure sound to me. The funeral marches, the motoric drumming on Doubt, the lyrics, the lyrical content of this record is so beautiful, and righteous anger of it sometimes. Before Pornography came out, it still had Doubt. I know Doubt's the one you guys want to cut, and it is my least favorite track on the record, but it really works. Kevin, you said it goes right in the Drowning Man, which I need. Drowning Man, Gormengoff's means so much to me. The middle for this, the drumming on Drowning Man and in All Cats Are Gray, the cavernous depths all over it. About Ophelia is who drowns herself. And it sort of reflects in the way he feels about drowning in his own misery. So it's really a beautiful, beautiful record, and I always did like it more than 17 Seconds because it's so important to me. So it's actually really nice to kind of come home to that, to let that be the truth. Primary remains one of their best singles. I have both the 12-inch and the 7-inch. 7 inch has been shoved into many record bags before, so it's one of their best singles. Double bass, no guitar. The piano outro of All Cats Are Gray, closing the first side on the record. I just love that hopelessness of that sparse piano. But for me, I'm going to echo Kevin's three favorites in order entirely. Other Voices, that thundering, ghostly sound. The video is terrifying. It always sort of scared the crap out of me. Drowning Man, which almost should be number one, if not for Faith, because Faith is such a lush track in so many ways. It's kind of fun to play on bass, by the way, despite how bleak it is. But it's so hopeless. And yeah, you guys that's Faith. Yeah, I mean, it's nice to be home.
All right, Jesse, over to you for number two.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Oh.
So, like I said, a lot of albums will shift place in the order that I'm going to put them. And this is one album that I think it's probably just kind of like being sentimental and really playing off a lot of like nostalgia. Like, there are some things kind of happening in like my personal life that kind of take me back to this album. And when it first came out, I had gone from Arizona back to Colorado, and I got to hang out with my eldest brother a lot. And he came to pick me up to take me to our dad's, and he threw the cassette on in his Jeep, and he drove us from Fort Collins to Denver, which is a 50-mile drive. And we played the tape, and then it flipped over and he played side two, and then we pulled off the freeway and he asked me what I wanted to hear, and I said I want to hear The Cure, because the engine was so loud. I actually did not hear a bit of this album, and that's all I had been wanting to hear was this album. And then I got to see them at Nichols Arena in Denver with Cranes, and that entire night was just like this nonsensical, surreal thing. We were in the 16th row on the side of the stage, and there was not one person in the row in front of us because this guy decided to run back and forth up and down the aisle doing a bunch of karate kicks, so everyone kind of left. And then at one point someone lit off inside the arena and a Romano candle, so it's like these big sparks flying into the air over the crowd, and like security were scattering, and like the show is so ungodly loud that I think our ears probably rang for 3 or 4 days. But this album was just so incredible live. I'd have to go with Open, mainly because of like the kind of anxiety going in to like crowds of people and all that. Apart is such a great song. From the Edge of the Deep Sea. I actually really like A Letter to Elise and End and To Wish Impossible Things. Is I know we've all kind of come back to that track. It's actually really hard to pick just three off of here. I feel like this album has everything. It's got shoegaze, it's kind of got that Britpop sound before Britpop, with songs like Fred I'm in Love. It's kind of like fits really nicely alongside with like Just Like Heaven. And then it's got some of the pretty like ballads, Trust. When New Time is kind of an interesting song, again, from the lyrical content, and then Cut. But I'd have to really go with picking three songs.
Do it.
Open, From the Edge of the Deep Green Sea, and End are going to be my top.
And your favorite?
That ride, kind of like that shoegazy noise, all the like, just like that wall of guitar. So yeah, my number two.
Right.
Or what are we on, three?
Number two.
I actually closed the DJ set with End. It was a shoegaze set entirely, so I closed it with that, and it kind of hit me then. I'm like, this is such a shoegaze song. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, Greg, we're over to you for your number two.
Before I pick number two, I just want to reflect on something Jesse just said about how his first Cure concert was so loud and his ears rang, because it just set off a memory for me. people don't tend to think of The Cure as like this super heavy, loud band, but I had the same experience. And then my first Cure concert, which was on the Top tour, is one of the top five loudest concerts I've ever been to in my life. And my ears also rang for days. It was so immensely loud. And, whenever I see online, a poll or something like, name the loudest concerts you ever at. And people are shocked that I put The Cure alongside, Motorhead and Swans and The Who. And they're like, what, The Cure? I'm like, yes, The Cure.
Yeah.
My ears rang for days. It was so loud. Um, so I just want to mention that. That was cool that you had the same experience.
One of the
Yeah,
Um,
loudest
definitely.
shows I ever went to, surprisingly, was Buddy Guy.
really?
Yeah.
I would not expect even that less than The Cure, but okay. Um,
All
so
right.
number
So
two,
we're at
number two,
number two, Greg.
I had the most difficult time in this whole production here with picking between number one and two because it kept going back and forth. In fact, just in the last 2 days, it switched three times. So these are really one A and one B. I mean, I love them both equally, and in the end, I just had to go. I just had to like pick something. So for number two, I'm going with Babe, which is an album I absolutely adore. It's one of my all-time favorite albums. As so many of you said earlier, it's just dreamlike, gray, enveloping. It's just a godlike album. Um, it's definitely one of, like I think someone else mentioned, it's definitely one of the ultimate rainy day albums and really the apotheosis of their gothic side. It's perfect and timeless from start to finish. I know I got my 1 point saying doubt, but I would not take doubt off this record. I think it's important. I think every song has its place and works in tandem with the next song, as you guys mentioned. Also reflecting what you guys said before, some of his most amazing lyrics, some of the most iconic bass work on the band. I mean, I'm not a bass player, and I'm a guitarist, but I have to say this album is just all great bass, start to finish. And what else did I want to say? Um, I also think that it's really interesting how much echo is on the drums. It gives it almost a feel, even though there's nothing remotely reggae-like about this album, it has like an effect for me, almost like dub does, where it
Mm.
just it kind of disorients you and puts you in this other space as you're listening to it, where you're just caught in it. And I get a similar feeling when I listen to a lot of dub music. So that's one thing that I really like about it. And they never really went back to that as strongly as on this album, but here it just works perfectly. And then as far as three songs, which is again really hard to pick because they're all great. Number three, Primary, which is just pulsating perfection, and it inspired a million post-punk bands after that to use flanged bass. Number two, The Funeral Party, which I noticed on I know somehow I never noticed this before, but listening to it this week, I realized how similar the Funeral Party is to Angelo Badalamenti's theme for Twin Peaks. Listen to it. It really reminds me of it a lot. I mean, obviously 8 years earlier, not that Badalamenti ripped it off or anything, but it just has so much of the same mood and flavor. Maybe why I like both of those songs so much. And number one is The Drowning Man, which is just, it's The Drowning Man. It's just, what else can you say?
Excellent.
Faith.
Kevin, number two.
Can't have faith without having doubt. I'm gonna go with Bloodflowers at number two. This is just a little cardboard promo thing. I don't actually have the album on vinyl. I wish I did, but I do have it on CD, and I've listened to the CD since the day I got it, which is the day it came out, a million times. In my heart of hearts, Bloodflowers is my favorite Cure album. It's the one that's meant the most to me, and that I've come back to over and over and over and over again since getting it. It came out, as I said. This was the first new Cure album to come out after I drifted into Phantom, shortly after Wild Mood Swings was released. I love the loping shuffle and ensorceling patter with which it comes to life when you put it on the opening song, Out of This World. Um, and the restrained vocals from Robert Smith, the wistfulness in his voice as he sings about the ordinary and extraordinary moments that lift our life, our experience of being alive, a higher plane for all too ephemeral passages of time. and how the knowledge of the end of all things brings them into a sharper focus and allows us to feel the joy and the intensity all the more keenly. Watching Me Fall, we talked about this earlier, winds up not being the same deep water as you. It winds up being a very loud, snarling rager of a song that goes on for, over 11 minutes. And to be honest, Brett, I skip it sometimes. It's a 9 track album, and I love 9 track albums. I love 8 track albums. I don't have Watching Me Fall in me every time I listen to it because it's not the vibe of what most of the album is. It's a different thing, but it's a really cool thing. Like when I'm in, if I'm in for the whole thing, I love it, and I love the dun 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 dun. Like it's so heavy hitting, and I love just the way the guitars just go on and on and on, and I love the kind of self-loathing as he's looking in the mirror and seeing himself. He's not again not like not he's got and there's this red, black, and white cover. He's using these primary colors in the songs. Like the Tokyo lights out over the crowd and the white sheets and and then obviously you have flowers like petals and evoked in the album. So there's this kind of this whole like color palette that gets established. It's great, but sometimes I just don't want to hear it. So anyway, it's the next track, Where the Birds Always Sing, is just one of the best songs Robert Smith ever wrote. It's one of the finest songs he's ever crafted. Uh, Again, it's got those kinds of really interesting chords, similar to what's in Jupiter Crash. It's got an interesting kind of electric texture mixed in with the acoustic textures. Um, and just the lyrics about looking for meaning when people die and when the world goes the way it does, looking for the just Father above or the heavenly, the sweet Earth Mother below. Um, us just trying to look for some sense in it. I love the lyrics and I love the way he kind of sets up these symmetries and um, it's just a really amazing song in my opinion. Maybe Someday is such a great pop song. I feel like it's an underrated pop song. One of the like the last like one of their later great just hooky pop songs. And then you got The Last Day of Summer, which is again, I love what you said about it, Brett. It's just such a beautiful, wistful, nostalgic song of just feeling the passage of time and that you're getting older, and feeling it getting just colder every time. There is no if. It's just the kind of moment of sweet little like lightness that the album needs. And again, just the way he arranges the symmetry of the verses is so great. The loudest sound is beautiful. I love these lyrics, side by side in silence, so comfortable, so habitual, so nothing left to say. Like, this just image of this couple just walking along the beach and just what do we the silence becomes so loud. It's like it used to be so easy to talk, and now it's a struggle to come up with anything to talk about at all. So beautiful, and the guitar lines are similar to the ones that are in Burn, and that big kind of beat. 39 is I've always loved as a kind of penultimate song, just total rager. When I turned 39 a few years ago, I couldn't believe that I was the same age that Robert Smith was when he made this album, and I was like, really got me feeling, I think, like Frank said, a certain kind of way. And then the closing track, Bloodflowers, is just so powerful, so epic, so moving. I get tears in my eyes every time I listen to it. I just feel like he's giving that everything he got. And the way there's a kind of echo effect on the drums, the compounding through, and the texture. I love the texture of Simon's bass in this album. It's not as sonically perfect as some of the other albums. I could see how some people don't vibe with some of the sonic choices, the production on this album, but it just baffles me how underrated this album is. It consistently gets ranked as like one of the worst albums on unusual ranking lists. People I made a post for it recently on Threads, and a lot of people responded positively, but there are some people who are like, "Nope, listen to it the other day, still think it sucks." It's like, "Oh, okay." Like I don't know what you're hearing. This album has got some of his best songwriting ever, but okay, we'll agree to disagree. So yeah, and as I get older, I just feel like this album continues to age wonderfully with me, and it just remains a really powerful statement and a beautiful album.
Top three were what?
Oh, I'm sorry. My top three are very hard. Where the Birds Always Sing, number three. Number two, Last Day of Summer, and number one, Bloodflowers.
Right.
Nice. We had the same top three.
So my number two, it's always a constant struggle between this and the number one spot. Because these two albums, I don't think will ever be dethroned as being my two favorite Cure albums. This one being just, it just feels like high school. anyways, 1989, Disintegration. Um, wow. So, I mean, it flows as such a collective piece of music with um, just a wide range of emotions. There's some glorious B-sides to this, but I wouldn't replace one track on this with anything. I think the B-sides for this album stand alone as great works of art. I'm just gonna dig right in, and I'm gonna just start off by saying it's gonna feel criminal for me to leave Pictures of You off in my top three because it is just such an amazing song. But I'm gonna go with my number third pick as Love Song. I have such a fond memory of hearing this song from a friend of my oldest brother's pulled up in his car to like pick up my oldest brother and I think me and my brother Bart to go to teen night at this club in Tempe called the Devil House, and we could go out, dancing at the time. Um, and Love Song was playing, and it's just etched in my memory of standing there at the Cure, then hearing it through the open window. Um, it's to me it's one of Simon's greatest bass lines. I love teaching it. It's another amazing example of how this band knows how to arrange and layer a song. Just that hook guitar that comes in is just such this like almost slightly dissonant perfection on it. Number two, such a perfect song, Untitled,
Hmm.
delicate, yet there's that China cymbal crash on beat four of every measure, this jarring. Like, if you ever played in a band with a drummer that uses a China cymbal, it just makes you jump in the air. It's so jarring and loud. And I was listening to this, and it was probably the first time I've ever even discovered it, was preparing for this video. And I was listening to this in headphones, and then I'm counting along, and all of a sudden on beat four of every measure, there's this crash cymbal. So Boris, you got to love his like unique choices for that. But Untitled is just kind of a deep cut masterpiece. And number one, right up there for me with Where the Streets Have No Name as one of the greatest album openers of all time is Plain Song. Just epic, epic. And for anyone that's ever listened to Disintegration knows they have to really be cautious of the volume knob on your stereo. Because when that song hits in at whatever the 17-second moment or whatever it is, I don't remember, it just, if you're not prepared for it, it just comes soaring, crashing in at you, and it just washes over you and just slays you. Disintegration is my number two, and it's a masterpiece. Okay, now before we get to Frank, we're going to all reveal what we all collectively had picked as for our number one. So, just for those of you maybe listening, Kevin is picking Frank's number one to be Pornography. Greg, what did you have for Frank?
Had faith.
Faith. Jesse, what did you think for Frank? Jesse.
Um, I think, well, for Frank, I would say Disintegration.
Okay. Well, I had a change of heart. I thought he was going to pick 17 seconds, and before we started, I ended up going with Wish because I knew Frank had a Wish tattoo, and so I was just like perplexed to see it at number six or wherever you had it.
Yeah.
So
Dude, that's
I was disappointed, but okay, I gotcha. So
it's
what's your
got the
number
best
one,
piece
Yeah,
of
it's
Frank?
art to go
crazy.
on my body. It is the best piece of art to go on my body. I love Wish so much. It's actually like, dang, why is it at number seven? And yes, the biggest surprise for me is that Pornography was number one this time. Really, I did not see this coming. Last time it was number two. This time it's number one, and I mean it's very easy to know why. I've had a terrible year. A lot of terrible things have happened in my life, in the world, and all that. And maybe it's not my favorite record, but I just have to honestly put it here right now with the way it's clicking. Every time I hear it, it's just like it's therapeutic. It's nihilistic. It's bleak. It's danceable, but it's also therapy. So I can't listen to this every day. I'd go insane. I would go insane if I did. But it's to me right now hitting me where I need it, and that's why it needs to be here. So the story about making this record, like writing lyrics on the bathroom walls, stacking up cups, taking so many drugs. It's no wonder that the Cure had to end after this, right? Like Simon got into a fist fight with Robert on stage. The band broke up. It's kind of hard. And sometimes I wonder what could have been if the Cure never existed after Pornography, and that was their only discography. Those four great records, and again, even where I put Three Imaginary Boys, like those four records could have been it. It's such a unique record in their catalog. It actually, I was talking to somebody. I went to go see an Also the Trees in France. I want to talk about this. That someone said this debut record here. This came out in 1984. This is produced by Lawrence Lowell Tallhurst, and you would think this is a post-Pornography record. It is not, and here's why. Robert Smith produced the original demo tape for an Also the Trees called From Under the Hill, and that was and Robert Smith had an Also the Trees open up for the Faith tour. So 1981, they were already on his radar. Robert Smith already knew of their drums. The drums on So This Is Silence. It's like the same drums that are all over Pornography. He was deeply influenced by them, and they didn't have a record out yet, which is so cool to me. It's like I can't even. It's like we can argue about it. Maybe no. It's the facts remain. I love that about it. I love that. I love how influenced by Robert Smith admits his influences. I never noticed that because I always thought, yeah, it's 84. Clearly, that's after Pornography. No. Anyway, so. This one reaps so many rewards when you really get into it. My top three tracks, let's get right to it. Number 3 is 100 Years. I love DJing it, the lyrics of it, the frenzy of it, the sheer nastiness of it. Love it. Number 2 is like one of their most special songs, I think. Those opening keyboard swirls and the closest in the beauty and romance in this record. It's A Strange Day. Love that track, and I wish it's a high benchmark for this one. And like we've already talked about Siamese Twins, which is haunting and self-loathing. It's really about sex in a lot of ways, about hating yourself, hating who you're with, hating all the people you've been with and partnered with, and the animalistic drive of sexuality. And it was the best part of that show we first saw, Kevin, when we first saw them. I can't believe they're playing. I think they played Siamese Twins into If Only Tonight Would Sleep and Like Cockatoos. I'm like, those are 3 of my favorite songs.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing.
Yeah. So maybe Faith is the most important to me as a musician. 17 Seconds is my perennial, can put it on any day and favorite, but Pornography hits the hardest and therefore has to be at number 1.
Right on. Jesse, so I picked for Jesse, and I'm disappointed that he didn't go with it, but I chose Wish. Kevin said The Top. Greg says Disintegration, and Frank says...
I say 17 Seconds because that's what he picked last time we talked about this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't
right.
right.
So, Jesse, what is in fact your number 1 album?
It is Disintegration. It's over here. I think this time I went with Disintegration again because, like I said, there's some stuff going on in our family, and I find comfort so much in all the music that I listen to, and this is one album. When Disintegration came out, the first time I ever heard Love Song was when we were actually moving from Phoenix back to Colorado. We were going down into that canyon before you go to Payson, and we went like a different route to Colorado, and we went down into this canyon, and Love Song came on, and we got so deep into the canyon that we actually lost the signal and we couldn't hear the rest of the song. So I was so bummed out. And then as we were coming into Colorado, right around where you see that Welcome to Colorful Colorado, KTCL was the radio station in Colorado, and they played Love Song. So it was that the song kind of welcoming me back into Colorado. Um, yeah, the everything about this album though, I love it. It's Plain Song is that opening where you're absolutely right. Where originally I had the cassette and I threw it on and it was kind of loud, and my brother's like, crank it. So I just cranked it and it just crashed, and we like bolting to our room to go just turn it down. It was so loud. Um, yeah, there's so many like little comforting niches I could fall into for absolutely everything on here. This is I think that's why I went with number eight as number one this time. Prayers for Rain is such a great track. The live version on Entreat where Robert sustains that note, like I was like listening to that live recording and it was like I was wondering if he was gonna stop so he could breathe. He just sustained that note for so long with his voice. It was just incredible. Same Deep Water as You is just like this masterpiece of the length of it. Disintegration is another lengthy song, but it's got that real driving kind of like beat for it. Um, Close Down and Last Dance are just these lovely songs. Um, so this is another one that's kind of hard. This is an original, so they've omitted the tracks, but I would still go with Prayers for Rain, Disintegration, and Plain Song as my top three, hands down, no question. And then I mean, it's for such a gloomy, dark album, it really actually brings me into like that little patch of sunshine where there's like that warmth, like a warm blanket. That's where this takes me, and that's where I chose it as number one this time. So
Right on.
that
Let's go over to Greg for your number one. I went with Disintegration from Greg, and looks like Frank chose the top. Kevin also went with Disintegration, and Jesse, what did you think for Greg?
Disintegration.
All right.
Can I
So
just say top? I'm going to say I thought I was a top because you have such a connection to that tour and you tend to pick the one that you saw first. So
Yeah.
Well, the rest of you guys are really good because my number one is, in fact, Disintegration. Um, Again, like I said before, I could have easily switched this with Faith. I love them both pretty much equally. Um, it's one of those acclaimed albums that I think deserves every bit of its fame and beloved status. It has a lot of that ultra majestic quality of Faith, but it's a little warmer, a little more humanistic, which is probably why I picked it because I felt like I really needed the warm the human essence of this album. Um, Songs like Prayers for Rain and Plain Song, they're just so immense. They have these celestial chord patterns that are almost worthy of like a classical overture or a symphony. I feel like the parts of the song change, it just moves through my whole body. It hits that hard. Um, it actually took me quite a while to fully absorb this album, and I was thinking about this because for a long time, I would say after like the late '80s, Faith kind of took over, and for like 20 years or something, that was like my go-to favorite album. And when this one first came out, I mean, I did really enjoy it. I thought it was great. But in 1989, I think it was like a time period of my life where I was listening to a lot different kind of music. I was listening to a lot of harder music, a lot of like alternative metal grunge stuff. I mean, Jane's Addiction, Soundgarden, Metallica, Faith No More, all that. So I think for some reason I just didn't give this enough attention. I mean, I did love it. I thought it was great. Um, but I didn't give it my full like, oh wow, this is like the best. But over the years, especially after I started playing guitar again and being in bands again in the early 2000s, my appreciation and adoration for this album just grew and grew until it kind of took over the top spot, and that's why it's still there. Um, and what else did I want to say? Yeah, I know I said earlier in our reviews here that I prefer albums that aren't as long, and I don't really like when albums are too long. This is a pretty long album, but for a change, it never feels tiring. I take it from beginning to the end and it never feels like, oh, this is too much. It just works at that length. And I think everything else I was going to say about it or would have wanted to say, you guys have already said, but it's my favorite. Three songs I'll pick: Same Deep Water as You, number three; number two, Plain Song; and number one, Prayers for Rain, which could possibly be, like, I would say, after Just One Kiss. That and Charlotte Sometimes are probably tied for my second favorite Cure song. It's just so good. Um, so monumental. So number one, Disintegration.
Greg, great point. Like I always say this too, very few albums are worthy of being longer. You know, when you grow up on records and cassettes and stuff, and then when CDs came out, like and they were 74 minutes or whatever. That's the reference point of an album that deserves its length is Disintegration. It deserves every moment of it. So, well said. Um, let's go over to Kevin for your number one. Frank,
Sorry,
you got
Brett,
something?
what would you cut off that record? Remember, you were going to cut something up. We didn't get to Disintegration, did we?
I didn't even put it on that. That wasn't even going to
You
be
would, you wouldn't
included
even count. Yeah, so
because there
no
was
points for
nothing.
that.
I
Zero
purposely
points.
picked ones that there were things I would cut off.
Okay, okay.
Disintegration was non-negotiable.
Okay.
So, Kevin, you disappointed me by putting Bloodflowers at number two. I just had a feeling that was going to be your number one. Kiss me, kiss me, kiss me. Greg says. Frank has, I don't know what that says, pornography. And Jesse, what did you think for Kevin?
Honestly, I thought it would have been Bloodflowers.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
wish it was, guys.
In
Wish it was.
retrospect, I kind of should have picked Bloodflowers too, and I still
I,
stuck with it.
again, I've mentioned the contrarian in me. Frank's brought it up too. I didn't want, I didn't want this to be my number one, but when I went through all the albums again recently, it's just undeniably a monumental masterpiece. They don't make albums like this. It's just incredible. It's such an amazing, amazing album. And for people who are coming to it later in life, I grew up with it on CD. It had Last Dance as track five. It had Homesick between Disintegration and Close Down. The original pressing, as Jesse mentioned, cut those songs off to fit on one slab of vinyl. They weren't doing two double albums in a row after Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me. The repress is fantastic. Double vinyl, get the full track length. Like Brett says, you don't want to trim any songs off of this album. And Last Dance is an amazing song, and so is Homesick. So to get into my prepared comments about this masterpiece, one of the best opening three-song suites in album history, before dropping into a run of classic singles like Love Song, Lullaby, and Fascination Street, with Last Dance in there on most versions after the original pressing. This was followed by the sustained mood, drama, and intensity of Prayers for Rain, The Same Deep Water as You, and finally the shattering climactic title track before ending on the most gently unraveling denouement in the superlative O'Donnell penned Homesick, also missing on the first pressing, and Untitled, which I'm glad you gave some love to, Brett. I know Robert's a big fan of it as well. I love how time is stretched out on the tragic, romantic, gothic melodrama of The Same Deep Water as You. That signature Cure guitar sound rings through the whole album. I've never agreed with the consensus that Disintegration is the best Cure album, despite how much I've always loved it. But this time around, maybe it was the arrival of rain after we had a month and a half here in New York State of no rain, and there were wildfires everywhere. There's wildfires everywhere by Frank. The neighboring town where my girlfriend lives, across the lake, across the street from her, the hill was on fire. It's just been so dry. Stream beds are dry. So I kept thinking of prayers for rain, and finally it rained, and that's the day I put on, and then overnight it turned into snow. And this is a winter album for me. I've always associated this album with winter. There's the Christmas reference in Last Dance, but it just has a wintry feel, especially the opening three songs for me. And so that the finally getting that rain and then it turning into snow the next day was like the perfect time to dig this out. Um, I just couldn't deny it this time. The Cure have several masterpieces, but this one reigns supreme for several reasons. There are more colors on the brush, going back to Faith being monochromatic, Pornography being just intensely, brutally dark. Um, like you said, I think you just said, Jesse, it has this reputation as being this dark album. I
Hmm.
don't think it's that dark. I mean, it is dark in places, but the first three songs are so life affirming and just joyous to me. Even
Yeah.
if there is some, I think real joy, like eudaimonia, like the Greek sense of like a true happiness, not like the flimsy version we have in America, is like it's informed by acknowledging, that there's an end to everything, that there's that we diminish, we disintegrate as time goes on, that we cannot capture and bottle and hold on forever the most transcendent and beautiful and romantic moments of our life. They pass, and this album acknowledges all of that, acknowledges the passage of time, and it just does it in such a powerful way. It does go deep into some dark territory, but there's those other songs as well. So to me, it's a life affirming album. I mean, plain song, just incredible. So, so funny, my girlfriend is great taste in music, great taste in general, but has never been an albums person. They're younger and they make great playlists, and they used to make playlists on this website called 8 Tracks, and everyone would follow, got a lot of follows and comments, and people liked them. So she never actually heard Disintegration front to back. So we just listened to it the past couple of days together, and started off in the car driving through the snow with plain song and pictures of you and everything, and closed down, then came back home and switched over to the record player. And I was just inside every one of these songs so deeply. And they're like, some of the songs, like Disintegration, is like it's like a rosary or something. Like I can't not recite it. I have to sing along to every single word, and it just builds in intensity. And whatever is going on in my life, I just get totally absorbed by the song, and I just feel everything that's going on in it, and it just wrings me dry sometimes. So yeah, it is just an absolute absolute masterpiece, deserving of its stature, deserving of its length, deserving of all the accolades, and everything else everyone has mentioned here. It's really, really, really hard to pick three songs off this album, as everyone has said. For number three, I'm going to go with Homesick. I really have always just loved Homesick. As far as I understand, Roger O'Donnell wrote it. He also wrote the amazing B-side Fear of Ghosts, uh, uh, um, from it's on Love Song. And I love the kind of unwindy way the piano tinkles about, and the guitars swirl about. Again, a really long instrumental passage before he sings. I love Robert's resigned voice, like, hey, hey, one more go, just walk away. And yeah, I've always loved the lyrics. Tremble stuck in honey, cling to me. The line inspiring me, the desire in me to never go home. Frank and I have some memories with this song, which I won't go into here, but it's partly why it's really, really close to my heart. I've just always really loved it. So three is Homesick. Two, Disintegration. The title track is just an absolute, again, and opens with that shattering sound, ends with that bass line, you just keeps going. The way that the verses build, lines repeat but change a little bit, a couple words here and there. It's just such a powerful song. And then Plain Song. I mean, I love everything everyone has said about it. Plain Song makes me feel so happy. I love the imagery, the lines, like sometimes you make me feel like I'm living on the edge of the world. That's just the way I smile, she said. Um, and just, yeah, those amazing, powerful, overpowering, as you said, like, synthesized orchestra sounds, and the the crashing, everything about it. It's just a work of unsurpassed beauty, and the most amazing way to open an album and know that you're listening to Disintegration again. So you're basically home if you're someone who's grown up with this album.
Yeah.
Well said. Um, so we're down over to me for number one. I just want to say also, well, first off, to those of you still watching, thank you for tuning in into almost a 5 hour discussion here. But I just want to also mention this, that, we've done a lot of these ranking videos, and we do such a focused deep dive where it's kind of like all consuming. That's like all you're listening to for weeks preparing for it. I never got tired of listening to The Cure throughout this. I will
You
probably put on
know,
The Cure tomorrow. Like,
and like we did with the pumpkins one too. I was in such a pumpkins mood afterwards. I'm still in Cure Land.
yeah.
Yeah.
So just a testament to just the power of these songs. It was just a pure treat to go back and listen to these albums that I regularly revisit all the time, and it's just so incredible that we got a new album. And I'm looking forward to what comes next from The Cure. But as far as me, number one, what did you guys choose? All right. Frank says, all right. Greg says The Head on the Door. It looks like Frank said Wish. Kevin says Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me. And Jesse, what did you pick?
But I said disintegration.
Okay,
Yeah.
Disintegration. So,
I, I remember. I remember.
so Wish for me, 1992. You know, I figured I would just riff on this one. I wrote one thing down on this one. I have a hard time trusting a Cure fan that says they don't appreciate Wish. Am I right? Um, it to me is
Amen.
just there's moments on this that are, you know, for a lack of a better word, sad, but there's a lot of hope in this album. And I think Kevin, you were talking about it in Disintegration of not being a sad album. And I was thinking the same thing. There's so much hope in Disintegration, and when it ends with Untitled, it feels like a real hopeful ending to that record. Um, and Wish feels like that for me as well. I remember getting so my brother and I were driving around with a couple of friends, and we saw um, there was a Tower Records that is long gone, of course. But there was a radio station van that was parked on the corner of where this Tower Records, and they were pumping music through it. And so we pulled in, and they were doing giveaways of albums, and so, you know, we waited in line to get whatever it was. And I got some CD of something that I was just like, oh, come on. And then one of the girls that was with us got a cassette of Wish, and I was like, and it hadn't, I don't think it had come out yet. I think it was like maybe it was the week before. So, and I was just like, so I'm like, I don't remember what the CD I had. It was some like throwaway pop album of the time that I hadn't even heard of and can't remember. And so she actually gave me the cassette of Wish, which I was very grateful for. Um, so that memory will always be attached to it from the just the incredible artwork of this and the all around, just like we talked about earlier, how like the Cure has such a knack for the album covers really feeling like what, you know, really being a reflection of what's contained inside. So powerful. It's difficult to choose like a lot of these albums, three picks. Um, I'm gonna go with, and I want to pull this out for 1 second here because I want to acknowledge this. But my number three pick is A Letter to Elise, and Kevin should be smiling because he was kind enough to actually send this to me a few years back as a gift. So it's
Thank
a cherished record in the collection. Of course, that B side, which we'll get to in the future. That's my number three pick. My number two, and it's been on everyone's list, and I'm surprised. Not that I'm surprised that it's on everyone's list, but it's just coincidental that To Wish Impossible Things was on every list. The guitar part, I could grab it and play it right now. It's so ingrained in me. And my number one favorite song on this one, and I feel like it was such an important song, not only at the time, but still when I listen to it, it's just breaks. It's just this, but the song Apart, I feel like it got, you know, the quintessential, it got me through a tough period in my life. And Apart in 1993 really was kind of a really important song for kind of getting me through something. And still to this day, those lyrics are just so perfectly written. How did we get this far apart? It's just perfection. So for me, Wish is my number one Cure album.
I mean, that was like our joke for the longest time, who actually found it, but neither of us ever did find it.
Jesse and I used to joke. We'd send pictures that looked like we because it was the record was really hard to find. I ended up finding an original German copy of it
at
several
the
years ago.
at
Uh,
AutoZone.
what's that?
At AutoZone.
No,
That
yeah,
was
Big Lots.
that was Tuesday
No.
morning.
Inside joke.
So sometimes I had the sheet music book for it, and I would send Jesse a picture and say, "Oh, I found Wish on vinyl for $5 or something." He'd be like, "What?" Yeah, yeah,
At
that's the
Flying
only one I
J.
have. Yeah. So, but this is the reissue, and of course the three CD set, which I have somewhere behind me over there, which was great, and it's another reason why we also didn't. By the time we watched the video that we shot a couple years ago, we were talking in anticipation. I wish they would finally reissue Wish, and then they did it. So we talked so much about Wish not being reissued that it felt invalid to put the video up to because it was out at that point. So,
Yeah.
anyways, my number one is Wish. Um, for those of you watching, stay tuned for a later part two video coming soon. But thank you to Frank, Greg, Dream Pop Jesse, and Kevin for joining me on this and going through this full-on Cure deep dive here. I encourage you, those of you watching, to leave your own lists in the comments. Let us know your ranked lists as well. And be sure to check out those playlists and all the links to all these guys' stuff, musical projects and writings, and then our playlist where we collected our 3 songs. So thank you all for watching. Thank you guys, and we will see you next time.
Right. Bye.